Sabbath day. Thank you very much, Father Abba Yahweh, for this Sabbath day you've provided, Father, a day to exemplify, lift up, recognize the glory, majesty, honor, royal authority that we have. Those saints that diligently seek you, Father. Thank you so very much for not only this day, but those that recognize the spirit that accompanies the day, Father. Thank you very much, people. This is long overdue. If you'd like to join us in a quick but very fervent, sincere prayer. Whose Father? Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thine kingdom come, thine will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not to temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thou is the power, the kingdom, and the glory forever. In Yeshua Mashiach, our Lord and Savior of the new heaven and earth, we cry, extol, and praise you. Amen. As we give you honor, glory, and praise, Father, crying out, our beloved King, as you return through us, your diligent, faithful servants, Father, prophets, prophetess, saints, priestess, priests alike, will do nothing except through his prophets and prophetess. Oh, beloved, so very thankful for this day. It's been extremely, extremely amazing. These last few weeks, and I'm talking just the way you are, amazing. Let's see. I want to make sure it looks like it's running. Been having some serious issues with the internet. But yes, amazing just the way these 30 days have been. Honing, refining all the dross our Heavenly Father bringing to the surface. It's amazing, people. Absolutely amazing. A full circle. He says, don't go over, under, around. Go through the sheep's pen. And through, I believe I've crossed that threshold. I truly believe that after this last 21 days at the Puyallup Fair, the State Fair. It's amazing. It's just amazing. And he, LOL, he brought that to my revelation about a year ago. You know, these last few days have been the most amazing days of my life. Minus my last birthday. Last March when I made my trip down to Arkansas. So we took that honing process to a geographical location. It's amazing. He said, through me you shall live a long time. I will add years to your life. He'll add. You see, it's amazing when we, just the way we are, when we sleep, it's that negative. But when we arise, when we stand on that great and terrible day, there's that plus, there's that cross, there's that There's your square. There's your square. And as our Heavenly Father revealed to me, He, as in me, as in you, because there's no big I's or little U's. He, LOL, lighting of the lamps. Light unto our feet, lamp unto our path. Or lamp unto our feet, light unto our path. I understand it's written the other way around, but you could use it either way. And as that same revelation, He, LOL, we, as in thee, in we, because greater is He that is in you than he that is in the world. And He said, I and you and me, and that's how He's returning people. Oh, the clouds. Yesterday, been hunting. This will be my 3rd day in a row. Our Heavenly Father willing. Getting a bit of a late start, or is it really late? Or is He precisely, absolutely amazing, just the way He is? On time. In lockstep. But that same revelation, this mirror, right here, this little mechanics mirror, this little snitch mirror, we would call this in the big house. He says, my Father's house has many mansions. He says, you're making my Father's house a den of thieves. You see those 501c3 POs. Now, I stood in line. For 6 hours. You know, I thought that'd be the longest, the most any carnal, fleshly enticement would ever cause me to bow and be a slave to it that long. 6 hours, because I couldn't find enough change to pay attention just for even 5 seconds. I had a real short attention span. But this mirror right here, speaking of which, right here is this Fred mirror. Oh, and speaking of which, mirrored image. Where have you been, Donut? Also, Hannah, where have you been? I hope everything is well. I've been praying, as I do daily, sometimes without ceasing throughout the day. It becomes a meal, a time to break bread, commune with our Heavenly Father, you know. Because if it wasn't for your guys' prayers, I'll tell you something right now. That's how He's returning, is through your prayers, through us, through those that diligently seek Him. And I thank you very, very much. So much has taken place this last 30 days that, and it's not for the lack of or wanting to, I've had to stay very obedient and self-motivated, disciplined, and our Heavenly Creators just opened up all these doors and closed all these windows, shut down all these people, tripped up them, you know, freed up those. And He's placed His angels right in the path of those that deliver the good news, the gospel, the gospel in the air, just like He says. That Reverend Green. When I haven't got a prayer, but your prayers, people, oh, they're so mighty and powerful. So powerful, and don't ever think insignificant. I feel them. We all do. We're all the same. We're all. Greater is He that is in you, I in you, you in me. He said, greater things than these you shall do. some of you have a clue, even more so now than... So it wasn't for the lack of... It's been trying to trip us up. It's a coward. It's fear. It's all fear. See, imperfect love casts that out. With the anxiety, it had me gobbling and sheltering under, all this dysfunction, and then comes with it unhealthy attachments and all the people you find yourself starting to become. No, people just start to become one another. No, it's just, there was something different. I just knew this wasn't me. It just wasn't. It wasn't me. But I felt so alone. I felt like I just completely didn't belong. But good news is, we got you. Not alone. Not alone. We got you and the Holy Spirit, and boy, greater is He that is in you. And before I formed you, I knew you. Galatians 5:16, one of my favorites. Walk in the Spirit, and you shall not fulfill the lusts of the flesh. But this, He gave me this one He wanted me to share. The whole time, and some of you might have picked this up already, because you guys are sharp. Oh, you are sharp, sharp, sharp. I'd have been out hunting right now, but I couldn't get this dang thing going. Oh, it knew I was going to run it, because we shot it from the rooftops. There ain't nothing we're trying to hide. I wanted to show y'all our little improvements, and love makes little things grow. That's that faith the size of a mustard seed, Dan. See, the farmer, he tills and he plants. He may even have someone else come along and water, but he doesn't, and he don't even know. Where, when, no. Why? We are the when people. For He gives the increase. That's the faith, the size of a mustard seed. It's the substance of things hoped for as we plant it, and the evidence of things unseen. And there it is. He says, gosh, He didn't make that grow. Yet He prepared that soil. He prepared that soil, blood, sweat, and tears, since sin ensued. As we started to gobble that goo, right here was right. I walked right there. See, He's coming different now, so there's going to be no one standing with anything as an excuse. That's true. Oh, but. Mm-mm. And then they play, oh, we got so much to share, people. Miracles. One miracle after another. 21 days at the fair. Very simply done. Smoothly operated only by, through, and for you, by, through the Holy Spirit, as us, as vessels, conduits, vehicles, instruments, as we chopped that mountain right on down. We chopped it right on down. They want to hurt our children. They want to harm our children. You see, I know all about it. I've been places you wouldn't make it. You wouldn't make it. So know this when I say, I know you're suffering. I know it. Oh, I know it well. They threw me in there. Over and over, but them punks, fucking cowards, they couldn't kill me. See? They couldn't kill me. As they can't, they're failures, they can't kill many of you. See? They can only hope that you destroy yourself, just like some. They want you to gobble it all up. They get us every which way. It was so emotionally, physically, spiritually taxing, draining. It was enlightening, sharpening. It was, it was thrilling. Gabriel said, "You sure you don't want to go for a ride?" No, not this time. I'm going to stay right here for now. Oh, we had to work so hard. It's puzzling. It was. It's not so much anymore. Oh, you know where, when, and why? Oh, we are the when. Oh, you guys, everybody knows why. And where. Well, we all know a kingdom right here. You seen it was good. See, he had a plan. He had a dream. See, love made little things grow. Now we work for simply trees now. He said, yeah, Roy, we normally don't work Saturday and Sundays either. But I need you to come in. I was already at the ocean yesterday. I was seeing Kenny. We lost our... Give yourself a whack. Did you see that? Give yourself a whack, Willie. We'll get to that. I can see I'm not going to get out there. I let one pass. Day before yesterday. I let it pass. I looked. Oh, shit. I can't show you. Oh, look. Oh, yes, I can. Look at that. Look. Look at it. Look at it. Look at the big. Look at the wingspan on that. Look at that. Look at that. Into the beautiful mist. And misty morning. Clouds in the sky. Without warning. The wizard walked by. What? Who did this to my neighbor? He's gone. I moved my totem pole too. I moved it. I have a big old stone I wanted to show you. It's a big flat, almost like an L shape. It sits nice and pretty now. Never talking, just keeps walking, spreading his magic. But we're not talking about hocus pocus. In the ways of magic, she said, that's extra max sauce right there. And she's beginning to, well, she stopped on her. Now she knows. Oh, people know. Just like Prince. Oh, no. Oh, you people are going to be so surprised. If you only really, truly knew the heart. That's why you got to be very cautious. So cautious. Anyway, so this right here, mirror. Right here. This right here. And I think I just broke that. I'm almost certain I did. I think I can fix it though. I heard this slide out of it, this little sleeve. So it don't come out of here. Oh, Jojo, the circus. Yeah, I let it pass. Oh, it questioned what it seen. It questioned what it... And this time, oh, we fooled him this time. Oh, there we go. Right on. Praise our Heavenly Father. What a... Oh, dang it. See, I got cocky. You know I love you guys, right? Hannah, where you been? Oh, and that's why I shared that. Millie. Oh, yeah, her name was Nilly. Like Millie Vanilli. When I told her I loved her, she got extremely just... And I'm sure her fiance of 6 years. 6 years. If you're going to marry somebody, 6 years? So I'm praying all is well. Shoo. I know, smack me up. You'll get a chance. You're all going to get a chance. Oh, you will. And some of you are going to go, man, I can actually going to get to smack you up. Well, yeah, it's all out of fun. Come on, man. There's no big eyes or little U's. Are you serious? No respecter of persons. When your heart's in the right spot, It's all out of love, and come on, man, he's got the best sense of humor. Oh, boy. So this right here, his name's Fred Meir, and this right here is Amir. This sits right here. Sits right here. Right there. Poet didn't even know it. Dang it. His name was Johnny Grayson. Oh, boy, him and Ricky Sinclair. They're in the food bank in the line right there in Rainier Valley. Somebody broke into the food bank. Yeah, broke into the food bank. Stole the cheese. Big old block of cheese. So we, needless to say, we weren't getting any cheese that day. You don't want to freeze cheese. Somebody was talking about homogenizing. Was that you, Joe? I think that was you, Joe. Joe Embriano. Joe. Oh, and those little things? No, those are zombie towers. Hey, you can't be right about... You can fool some of the people some of the time. Oh, no, when they plan on turning... No, their plan is, and they turn them on, you think those deer are bleeding from the eyes? Bad news bears there. So stay ready. You won't have to get ready. Armor up. Make sure you got the full armor. You know, just make sure you're rubbing and tapping everything at the same time. Everything's all good. My little Guatemalan. He took his shirt off and he hid behind the machine. I wouldn't let anybody else. Do you know, in all honor, glory, and praise to our heavenly kingdom come. I had to run it, operate that whole thing. Like I said, puzzling. No, it's Satan. You seen that serpent crawling right on up to that little hypodermic needle right there. They're all up in it. First shot too. Oh, I'll show you. Might as well show you. But anyway, here's the mirror. I gotta get rolling. I let it pass. Oh, we had a moment. We had a little moment, and I thought, well, I let it. And I thought, you know what? I kind of recognized it, so I'm not gonna. And then I ended up busting myself, giving myself away, and I know I did because I could tell by the droppings they were just so. Well, I'm not gonna get graphic, but I just know that they had just happened. And that thing, and it was chummed up and all ready, it was all chum-lead up and ready to go. He said, we're going to need, you come down here and chum this shit. He said, we are definitely going to need a bigger boat. Did you see that boat right there? Oh, it's beautiful. Beautiful. Try to run it right from here. It's a coward. It's absolutely a coward. Well, hi, Aunt Nita. So we lost his mother. He's my cousin by marriage, Kenny, the one I bought the Saturn from. Saturn. We drove that red Saturn from... They're still driving that thing. Oh, he brought that knife, that case, all the way back. He brought it. And I texted him. I said, hey, man, I think I may have left my knife. He drove it all the way back down to Texarkana. I told him, I said, well, you know it runs good. I just got here with it. He goes, you know, that's why I drove all the way up here to buy this vehicle from you, because I said, well, yeah, that's the whole selling point. Just like the vehicle the 85 Chevy 1-ton, the Ford 1-ton I just drove. Of course, that was a different case. That was an international diesel, a 6.9. Ooh, man, I just barely had the polish scuffed off those boots. There wasn't even 200,000 miles on that one. Oh, that farmer was so happy. He couldn't give me that $3,800 fast enough. As a matter of fact, he didn't care about that. He didn't even, all he wanted to know is if it had rust. He didn't care about anything else. He wanted rust. He didn't make sure there was no rust and that motor was in that vehicle. That's all he cared about. And making sure I had that money in my pocket. He was trying to send me the money over the phone, and I thought, online, I thought, okay, yeah, this is definitely a scam. Now, out this way, it would be. But down south, no, that's not, Now, don't start believing, no, you're going to get people scamming. But in this case, completely legit. But the red flag went up immediately. So his mama died, the Saturn dude. I had to go down and didn't have to, but went down there. And he said, Roy, can you come in? Because the yoke on I took 1 day breather. It slapped me up. and counting. Slapped me up pretty good physically. I was right here just down and out. Down and out. But we weren't going for no banana in the tailpipe trick. So we weren't in Beverly Hills. And we were down and out here sweating. I had to definitely do, that was definitely a sheet day. Usually I do the sheets once, twice a week. Once I get my wife in here, probably 3 times a week. Hey, all is fair in love and war. All is fair in love and war. Hey, I've been good. Donnie has been good. I said, I brought him donuts. What do you think they were going to eat? They were going to eat the apples and all that, the sweet tangos. The best apples are sweet tangos. Hoo-hoo-wee. Soon enough. I know I get way off track. Yeah, I let it pass, but we had our little moment. So I knew. But yeah, Hannah, so I think about things, And I watched the whole video this time. Millie. My gorgeous Millie. And and I love the fact that y'all have your own opinion. Wouldn't want it any other way. It just makes it difficult when you see someone's true intent for our children, And so, but still, respect. Respect is God-given. We just drop that O. As far as the east is to the west, it's like, that's a ring. It's a ring-a-ding-ding. That's what it is. That's really what it is. That's all it is. It's just a big old circle that we've been given. But then there's so much more, It's all fallen angel info. But they don't know nothing now. That's why they're hanging on every thread. Oh, we just fly fish. We just shh. We don't have to put bait on there anymore. There's nothing on it. There is nothing on it at all. And you know how they get, like I said, they got to get so far away. Once that spirit gets up in you, the Holy Spirit, because you're a vessel, conduit, vehicle, instrument for some spirit. You get that Holy Spirit, and He holied it. He hallowed it. He said, He sanctified. He set it apart. Oh boy. The vicar. Ooh, that song just came to mind. It said, come thinking to change times and laws. And one of the greatest deceptions is that we're on a spinning ball, believe it or not. He sat there and went, It's so elaborate, so compartmentalize it. Oh, they got everybody and all that money. It's that money. But now, people that turn a blind eye now, just like everybody in all these beast systems, now that's what they're going to be holding, is that right there. That very knowledge right there, that revelation. Because you are an open book. You are that book that he talks about that are opened in Revelations. Oh, and the 144,000? We are not the 144,000. Get that out of your mind. I'm not going to argue with you because it doesn't matter if you believe me, believe, or understand it. I respect your opinion, but we are not the 144,000. I know this for an absolute fact, but I respect your opinion. Couldn't be. Could not possibly be. However, being sealed, oh, thank you, Father. Thank you, Heavenly Father. Now that left in that mark, that's how they get close to you, is through people that are not sealed, that you love, that you allow, that can be converted. He said, but you're a victim. Mark, he said that. He said that when he was down there last. I said, a victim? I said, I'm victorious. I wasn't able to wear the mask this time. This time I couldn't. He said, but you did last time. I said, I know I did last time, but it was way down here. Now they're asking me to wear it up here. You want me to go to group? I need to go to group. See, but things are starting to happen. The enemy is starting to. But see, Mark and I, we have this connection. So we met outside, and these officers, because there's a lot of homeless around there. So they were right there. We were having this real nice conversations. Puyallup officers were all beautiful. It was beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful. We all sharpen, you know. We don't throw pearl to swine. No. We don't give the children's bread to the dogs. Absolutely not. Because humanity should not live on bread alone. We don't give it to the dogs. They get the crumbs that fall from the master's table, you see. Oh, there's seeds. Oh, you're right, Dan. Oh, they fall. Some on the rocky, some on the... But some on that good soil that gets tilled up. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. A lot of suffering. See, it has a lot to do with where we've been. Ticket's been punched. Did you see it? Did you see the arc right there? Right there, cliffhanger. I would not let that slee stack run that ride. He's trying to kill our children. Not hurt them, kill our children. They're running around, but there's angels everywhere. Angels all over. 1 million people. $1 million. Well, he said it's not money that's the root of all evil. It's the love of money. He said, have no love before me. No love. Love. My first love. My first love. Oh, I could have whacked that one right up. The other one was a buck, I know, because it was circling me trying to figure out what was going on. I just didn't see it. Yep. Yeah, and then activity over there. And I haven't forgotten, don't it? Where have you been? Every picture tells a story, don't it? Doesn't it? We'll get to that picture here in a second. My thumb thing isn't working anymore. Look at my thumb. And I thought the phone was being dumb. No, I'm serious. I thought that the phone was being... Let me show you them. Trying to kill our children. That's how they were able to get close to us and our children. You see. Is all the souls that aren't sealed, that haven't made that, you see. Until everybody, they come to that common knowledge and they say, well, this just isn't for me. And we're getting pretty close. There's still a few out there, apparently. Like I said, man, I'm trying to... And it might seem selfish. But, January's coming, but who am I? I'm just here along for the ride. And he said, oh, son, I told you who you are. Was, will forever be. You see. And I about tore that guy from limb to limb. And there were people, and they were trying so hard to distract me. They were trying very, very hard. Oh, no, I did not just do that. I'm going to go heat this up. I'll be right back. Thanks for hanging out. If I had me $1,000,000. Well, if I had me $1,000,000, honestly, what I'd do with $1,000,000, I'd give it away. I really would. I would give it away, but I would give it away in the way I was led to give it away. I would give it away in different form. That's how I get by. That's how I've been getting by. I give it away, and it just keeps overflowing. He says he come to fulfill. That's what he's doing. He's overflowing, and everything's full circle right here. The game warden right here, our beloved. He was just an angel incarnate. That's that man decided that day, that morning, get on his knees, just as in Eileen, she said. They're working at the scones there. And as Mary, she says, I know you. Marilyn, Mary. I says, yeah. Says, I get that. I get that a lot. So I feel like I know you too, but I really do. I do. We found out we do know each other. She knows Mad Rob and all the hood rats up there, and she was working the cotton candy little shack, and because the fair will hire people locally to do the spring fair, and then there's big fair here. This is the big one before school, right as school starts. It's been like this since I was a young. Since I was, they were trying to get us, man, turn us into goats, kids, dehorn us. But when I was a child, that's where we'd go every year. It was kind of a rite of passage. Skip school the first, We'd get our new clothes from Montgomery Ward's or the Sears catalog. And go a day or two and then get to skip to go to the fair, Whew. And then, boy, little Donnie Steen's life seemed to take a little turn. And sometimes you got to go left to get right. Boy, exit stage left. Left out, left behind. Don't want to talk about it. I know all about it. It'd have been one thing just to have been left the fuck alone. Excuse my language. Just leave me. Oh, no. No, they had plans for little Donnie Steen. But those plans failed. Because they're failures. They're big failures. That's what they are. Just failures. We just take that F, we'll just faith. We'll just flip that. Flip it. Flop it. Just lop one of them off. Because, vine, branches, we just prune it. Prune it off. We got an L. We just got an L. Oh, Lionel. What a blessing. Every girl crazy about a sharp dressed man. Let's see, what else? What else? A lot. There's so much. There's so much. So much. Every day. And see, we're a part. You're a part of that. We're all a part of this. See? We're a part of something good. We're a part of love. Real love. Life. Light. Talking about real liberty. That's religion. It's all Christianity. I'm a Christian. Oh shit. Well, thanks for the warning. These days it's sad, but that's, a Christian. What is a Christian? What really is a Christian? Oh, they tried to trip us up all. Oh, they sent the heat, too. They sent the heat. Puyallups' finest. Big old boy, too. Big old corn-fed boy. Why do I always say corn-fed? Because it's genetically modified, don't it? And some old donut. Don't worry, I'm going to be doing the little Sasquatch thing because you asked. Because you asked so nice. Because you asked so nice. Now, we're not going there. We are not going there. I don't like pooter. I'm into cooter. See, I've always been a General Lee kind of guy. Not a Daisy Duke guy. No, I was never really, now maybe in our own yard, on our own ranch or something. Hey! You just go ahead and duke it on up. We'll get the old... Oh, look! Look at what we have here. What are you doing there? What the heck is going on out here? It's a baby one. They're all our babies. God, it's a beautiful morning, guys. All right, guys. I gotta get out there and bushwhack one of them, but I love you guys so much. It wasn't even difficult. The Lord made it. I seen things. I seen things that He had to prepare me, and now this preparation here. This preparation. Woo! Talk about a incredible Hulk. Big old H. Don't make me angry. That's what that was. That was funny because remember that was one of the good ones. Watching you as a young kid, child, Oh, they were kids in their eyes. Oh, we were kids. Oh, we were filthy little kids. They couldn't kill. They just couldn't kill them. So we'll kill everything around them, kill everything it loves, anything it can depend on, anything it can hope for, anything that it can, gaze upon and maybe find any kind of, means of kind of substance, like it belongs, like it's come at us sideways every damn. And with me, it was and then the trauma. Whew. Oh, trauma. You want to talk about trauma? Oh, my goodness. But I'll tell you what. I will tell you what. Boy, He said, I will. And He did. He allowed. And looking back now, I seen these fools, and they were frustrated with the fact that they couldn't kill me. I didn't know why. I didn't understand what this frustration was. I didn't understand what the fetish was. But the frustration and then you want to talk about, this is a frizzled little, oh man, back to life. They're in fantasy land, all right. But I seen it. I seen their complete it anger. And then after a while, I noticed that that's what those gang stalkers. When you get gang stalked, if anybody has ever experienced that where there's, just like you were talking, Dan, people are all mean mugging you and stuff. Those are all demonic. That's all they are. And the vessels in which they dwell are people that aren't sealed, that don't have the spirit of truth, and may not have been written from the foundations of the world to begin with, and are used to illustrate that, look, sin is real, Mr. L. Really is evil, there really is sin, and it's dirty, it's nasty, it's filthy, and it's fear. And so we're going to cleanse that. Love does that. Love will clean it right up, clean it right out, and get it right out of there, evict it, and just get it. We'll bring it right out of condemnation. We'll go restore it, go right to the wrecking yard of life, which, that's why I said don't be conformed to this world, because this world is not what it was intended to be. Is, was, will forever be, always. That's why they're killing our bees. Speaking of bees, oh my goodness. Oh, thank you so much. I want to just share this stuff. I'm going to show you a few things, but Kai, she gave me this. Another angel. Now, she was so mighty. This one here. a Japanese girl, young woman. Real plain in our carnal, human, fleshly standard of stereotypical, judgmental way of passing such, pro kids, all-star type, skater type shoes, but the most ladylike and beautiful. And when she smiled, but it was her eyes when the last day when she gave me a gift, that flower, that sunflower. She said she had been growing that in her yard. Now, I don't know how she had been growing that in her yard, but I have a good idea. It was pretty late in the season, and we have had kind of a late season, so I guess it's not that much of a stretch. I'm looking at the neighbors. But she, when I looked into her eyes, it was something I was seeing it. I seen like 3 angels. And all these people, all of them. And it's not that I had to pay for coffee, because like I said, I got a little sidetracked. Not that I ever do that, right? They get hired locally by the fair, and then fantastic, they got people that are actually with the carnival, the circus, that goes down. I think they're from Oregon or somewhere down south, and then there's some that get hired permanently for when they come just do that venue, just up here at the state fair. It's weird calling it the state fair. And then there are people like my daughter and our family experienced. My little Silsel, and there's a mark, where she almost lost her life over just straight, and it's the love of money. It has nothing to do. It's carelessness. It's not an accident. There was no accident about it. She was way too short. She shouldn't have been on that ride. The operator shouldn't have been operating it, but he was subcontracted through a temporary service, which, coincidentally enough, if you believe in such a thing, I'll go have a bowl of Lucky Charms. Nasty. I gave all that stuff away. Gave it all away. Gabriel said, in my country, he was Guatemalan, and then a Honduran, bunch of Hondurans. So they should have been training him, and they didn't. They should have. Not to me. It was a miracle. Was what it was. My groundhog saved her. All preparing us for this very moment, for that, and for the time that Bob and Fred, that's where Fred Muir out of that, one of my best friends, may he rest in peace, and those that are dead in Christ will rise first. Fred, that's where he got a lot of those ideas. He'd take us to the fair before he was laid to rest. He'd take us to the fair and he'd get these ideas, and he would make his own stuff and then take them up to the Des Moines flea market up at the swap meet up top, and then at night they'd have did I show you this one yet? This is on top of a water tower. Yeah, these, Joe, they're not no 5G. They're none of that stuff. It has nothing to do with any of any of that stuff. It's nothing to do with any of that. It has to do with something, because we're like, it's all it has something to do with our central nervous system, is what it's going to come down to. And I don't have the technical term, but I'm seeing them, and they're just literally everywhere. And you notice, or you don't notice, or have you ever seen one put up? Ever? You ever seen one of those installed? Ever? I'm pretty observant. I've never, but they're just there. This was yesterday's, I think, wasn't it? Oh no, this was the day before. I shared that one. I showed you that already. Look how beautiful that is. Let's see. That was yesterday. That's after they wiped it out. And if that's thinning, and I've thinned before, I've thinned plenty. Look at that. Look at that huckleberry. Look at how it grew. Look at the come on, Spanky. Let's see if it'll do it. Yeah, I'm gonna show you the. There it is. Look at how the root grew, and they usually always grow out of that rotted. There it is, right there. The rotted biodegrading stuff on the forest floor. There's even a few berries on it. Anyway, that's where my little spot's at right there. It's a nice little hole. I want to show you. It's actually pretty neat. There we go. Look at that. It's like it's got two. It's reaching down and it's going up and around. And then this is just mockery right here. That's all this is. They did this. This is a square. What kind of forest equipment's gonna make a square right there and by that big rock? And that's pretty deep. That rock right there. That boulder, and this was new. That's lower than the original one. When I first walked you through that forest a while ago, I don't know if we ever did. I showed you pictures. This is always the trail I walk. This is where they hurt the Nephilim, whatever, the Sasquatch, whatever. They heard me. That's about as tall as the other one was. A lot taller. They herd me into a certain little area. So I just go right along because I've been in there so much now. We own the whole situation. God, I just got to get that fixed. And this has been pushed over. That was the first rock where that moss is. Right there, that rock would sit right there. And there was moss on one side. It would only grow on one side. It sat there so long. That's how I knew the elk would, when they'd come through, because that's right past that, where that piece of wood is resting, that tree. It comes down and around. And this was my typical path that I'd take in the morning. And I'd set, if the rock had fell off, I'd look and see, and I could tell if it was an elk. And I would set it back up, and I'd make sure that the moss was lined up with the moss that grew up just on the one side of the tree. And I could feel something watching me. I didn't know what it was. For a while there, for the first year, so I thought it was either a game warden for a while, and then I thought it was just game warden cameras, and I just thought maybe it was a bear or a cougar. Then and then when I had that whack on that tree, the percussion was it was so great that it was like I was sitting in a competition, one of those damn boom competitions. Seriously, it was boom. There's no way something that could make that kind of, that had a force to make that kind of noise, could sneak through the woods up on me when I was already in hunting mode and had been sitting there a good hour and a half. There's no way. There's no way. I don't give a shit what you've been trained. You ain't gonna, not me. You're not. Maybe someone else. I'm not even bragging. I'm just telling you, you ain't gonna do that. Not where I hunt anyway. Not where I know it in the back of my hand. You're not gonna, and you can't walk. The deer can barely walk around in there. That amazes me. The deer and elk can barely get through there without snap, crackling, and popping. But look how deep that is. You see that square cut right there in the tree where it's bleeding right there. But look how deep that is. And it just goes down and down, and you can just keep, stuff will just fall down and down and down. It looks almost like a hatch. Looks just like a hatch on that big stone, on that big boulder. That boulder on my shoulder. Tore up 2 arrows yesterday. I got it out to 43 yards now because I know elk season's coming. It's deer now, but it's my little spot, my little dugout, and then right behind me is that huckleberry. So that's a blessing. I come back and he's like, "Oh, don't worry about it, man. It's just a couple hours." Because he knew I was going to go down and mess around and I wanted to go hunting. So he's got some other guy cleaning this up because they broke this is what we were doing. There's a lot of work that day. And he's like, "Dude, you're hired." I was like, "Oh, I didn't want to brag or nothing, but I've done all this." He goes, "Have you run a chip?" I've run more wood through a chipper than a woodchuck could chuck. And he started laughing. I said, "I'm serious, and I'm talking about an industrial one. I've done all this. I cut my teeth on these chainsaws." Well, look at all those. Look at all those. All that shit. All those. You can see there's this thing's being a butthead. Oh, Chad. We call him Chatterman. Oh, Beavis. Oh, Bushmaster. Like, see them all? Look at, they're all lined up. You can see Ian right there. Ian that's Ian. That's Big Mike right there. That's Mike, Simply Trees, and that's Ian right there. He's the foreman right there. Young Ian. And then the hurricane come in. You can't make this up. My whole life, it's just one. You could just, everything. It's just all, it's happening. It's all happening. That's what I knew. And look at this. Oh, look. Some more Trump dope. Old Trumpy bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair. Yeah, if you think that shit's coming in, they're so full of shit. Let's see what else we got. Oh, this is a crane. And tell me there's no God. Just tell me there's no God. These are the type of trees that are at what? What are they at? What I just say that my dad Fred used to go to? The drive-in. Those trees. That's what these are. That's all those trees. That's what those were. That's what those trees are. You're gonna burn it. They're dead. You can see, and they're tall too. There was a little squirrel. No baby girl. A little squirrel. My daughter gave me some natural peanut. I was going to show it. This is the one I shared. The crane. It came out and ate a little peanut. I was trying to get it back in its little nest. I was going to just snatch it up. I seen the mama. What do you mean I don't like kitties? This is Thomas. He lives over in the forest. Oh, look. Oh, look it. There's more. There's a bunch of them. Ah, look at that little green-eyed kitty. I love cats. I just like dogs better. Because I had somebody, they're watching, a child asked me, Do you like cats? I said no, and she went, I said, no, what? And the Lord said, stop, you need to go back and quick. They're hanging on every word you're saying, and they're watching you, boy. You better shape your act up. Clean it up, mister. I said, no, that's not what I meant. He said, that's right. You better start backpedaling. You better let them all see you do it, too. You better mean it. You know I do. He goes, I know it. Now do it. Get to it. I said, I love them. I love cats. I just like dogs better. And she went, oh, okay. She wasn't thrilled with it. But she was okay. Hey, it wasn't, it was acceptable. And she didn't necessarily, it wasn't nothing that was going to get her in that, get me in excellence. And then here, oh, look at that pretty kitty. He's running off Cecilia's cat is what he's doing. This one here. And you know whose cat this is? You know whose cat this is? This is right there. When I first moved in here 7 years ago, right here, this is that neighbor's cat. And I watched him say goodbye, that young neighbor girl. I watched her say goodbye and drop it. And I went, what the fuck? What would you do that for? I'd been there myself. Well, see ya. Don't call us. We'll call you. But he made it. And I know it's him because I watched him shut the door on its tail. It's the same one. His tail's all messed up. He's got some beautiful eyes. And he's been making it. But all the other cats around here are gone. They trapped him. Nikki trapped them all up. Oh, yeah. The good Lord, boy, he's good. God is good, isn't he? And God, I mean, real good. I don't know how. Here's what happened. $450 cable bill. $450. Now, I know for a fact that they had him all messed up, but he didn't order anything. That was one thing. He was like brainwashed into that. So that was good. He didn't order anything on TV. He didn't. You don't have to. You can go on your damn phone, right? But another thing he did, he was stop watching news. They made him, because I mocked him up so much. It was things that I would have never been aware of. See, I've never been aware of this stuff. They made me aware of it. They'll tell you everything you need to know about what's going on. Just pay attention, people. That's all you have to do. You'll be like, damn. Like a Iglesias. Damn. And then there's Fluffy, right? Oh, you look great, Jono. You look great. Oh, Bubba. I love you guys. So, now that I'm thoroughly off track. So this cat, the demon, let's see, the demon, the cat, the demon, because you're like, come on, at least finish that part. So the demon, the cats are gone. All the cats are gone. They trapped them. They're gone. Probably got euthanized. Well, that's what happens when you, what's it called? Habituate, yeah. And it exacerbates. Is that it? Habituates. Yeah, it's just bad news. Bad news. I'll have to look a couple of them up for sure. See Papa, look at this is look at what they do, these little punks. You see? And beloved little soul left that little Papa, little Paw Patrol. You see that trail right there? You see it? You see it? You see the paw right up there? You see the cross? And those beloved children of ours, look at that. A little hedge of protection built around a little fence. And then this. Every picture tells a story, don't it? You notice you don't see little orphan Annie anymore. They tore her to pieces. You know that, right? You remember that demonic one that said, oh, Trump, he's going to be elected. I said, no, he is. Watch, I had a message from God. He's from God. And then she was out there at night on the Capitol, remember, doing witchcraft and shit like that. What was she doing? Nobody caught on. I was trying to tell you, Millie, all the stuff that was going on. Pardon me. The shit that was going on, I was telling you, Millie. Right under your feet, sweetheart. I wasn't trying to be a dickhead. No. I mean, that's just, it doesn't take much effort. You have to work to be nice. You have to actually try to be nice. Until it becomes you, and then being nice is just, look, it's easy. It really is, just like loving you people. You people are easy to love, even through all my differences, my shortcomings and all that. Easy to love. People are just easy, really. Most people, and most everybody, good people. You know what's that? Million people. You see that all these people just really just want to be all they can and be fulfilled. To be fulfilled. Okay, let's see. I want to show you. I got sidetracked a little bit because a lot going on here, and I want to try to run one from my video. There's some stuff around here I want to show you some gifts I got. But yeah, he come to fulfill us, and that cup overflow. Let me see, where's it? Okay, this is it right here. There it is. Let me pull this up. And this is the exact same camera. I remember this. I remember this camera. And I believe they used this back in the 80s. They actually had a little thing, a little dark room, if I remember correctly, that they would see. Oh man, home of the last frontier. He's going to restore every tear. You know that, right? Every tear. You see it says frontier right there. Every tear. You see that deer right there in the lower, you'll see it right there by the post, by the fence post, that cyclone post. You'll see it where it's shady, right by my pinky finger. You see the fence run right along where my pinky is, run along the top of the fence where that post is, and look, go down, you'll see it right there, sitting there. I was driving by, something said, no, simple, man. Oh, we chopped that mountain right on down. You didn't think we knew? And you didn't think I'd remember you? That beautiful black man. Hours you spent on that cliffhanger, hours with your mask on, waiting, patiently waiting. It's like some of you waited for hours. You said patiently waiting, and you too, brother and sister, and your mother said, I want you to know, I acknowledged you when you said, oh, we've been waiting. Oh, they've been patiently waiting. Patiently waiting. And we wait with the means to a peaceful end. We wait a peaceful end. 2 pieces. 2 fish and 5 loaves. Humanity should not live on bread alone. It's that bread. And they'll get it. They'll know. And you'll see him, just like Dan said. Oh, you'll see him. They'll recognize you. They'll recognize Christ in you. They will recognize, just like this one here. You see this one here. Just look how it stands. Look how it stands, and look at the mask. Look at sagging pants, mask, slee stack. Looks like the damn Predator. Seriously. Only seen its eyes once, and there was nothing back there. You want to talk about black eyes? Right here. Do you see this is the water one? Do you see in this one here, they kept this. Now, this one was closed down. This tent, the circus tent one here was closed down, but it wasn't unoccupied. This one right here. This one right here. Right here. In the pink. Let's see. But people watch for different reasons. And some people, you test and test and test. Oh, well, we're testing. Well, really what you're doing is you're tempting. It's not good to do that. After a while, they go, well, we're testing. No, you're tempting. God doesn't tempt with evil. He'll test, but Tried, tested is tried and true. It's tried and true. It's measurable. It's repeatable. You can rely, you can count on it. It's almost like a creature of habit in a sense, but with some good moral means to it, you know. Like community response. We had a good community response here with this ride. This. And the operator. Once we got rid of it, right here, we ran more people through this ride than I think any of them this season. Right here, this one right here. This cliffhanger right here, and this here. Oh, this one here. Brought in a backpack. You see, it wasn't getting to us enough. And it wanted us to know who the occupant of that was and all that these cowards had done in there. Just cowards. Always prey upon the innocent, don't they? They always... That's what angers me. That's what fuels this fire. When you see the innocents born to just learn and love and laugh, all that. In jeopardy because of fear. Because it can't have none of that. It's just a matter of time. Death for it is certain. It's that when is now running. It's operating. Yes. The whole time. The whole time. Yes. The whole time. I didn't make it up. I didn't ask for it. Not my will, but His will. He said, "Oh, son, you are that will. The kingdom, son." New sheriff, and there's a lot of bad guys out there. This is Willie. This is Will. Not to be confused with William Steen, one of the... We talk about a real cop, a real officer. No, this is... They call him Bill, though. He's praying, he's lurking around. He's on the move. He's on the move. A lot going on. And those children just want to be loved. You see, it's not very fair to them, is it? It's not very fair. They didn't ask for that. It's your cowardice. Your cowardice feeds off that fear. Because you are fear. See, that's why it used to look in my eyes. Get me here and then just snatch it away. And look at me. And just suck it right from me. All the life. It's all the life. The breath. Just suck it right up. No more. No, now we're just going to give it now. No. We're done. Oh, we're serving the master plan now. It's a master plan now. It's a master lock and key. The combination. When your servant becomes your master. You see, this is where there's a serpent right here, right on that green tint right there. Right there. It's slithering right up to the top of that where it looks like a needle. I noticed that one. And then look, they just completely, you see there's two, I know Mr. O. Bioengineering, there it is. You see it goes right through the, forgot the name of that now. And then there's one behind it and then all the, oh, here we go. Bam, this was just within just literally an hour. Once we rattled on that one, it doesn't even care now. It's just it knows now. It knows it ain't getting anything. It's not getting nothing. So it's not a matter of just because it knows it's been now the 1/3. They know they've been lied to. See, Satan has conned them all. He's conned them all. Conned everybody, lied to everybody, lied to them all. It ain't getting shit. He knew it ain't nobody getting nothing. God ain't gonna allow all of his body to be cut completely off. Oh, boy. I think he's gonna allow us. Whew. Here they got the tallywhacker up. You think he's gonna allow his... He's not gonna get neutered. That ain't happening. No. Oh, and this right here. I actually had to buy a ticket. It was a miracle, really. They're all miracles. They wouldn't have ate none of the food I brought in, so I brought them in donuts. I was going to go down to the Safeway. Rose normally would get her donuts from and take them into the courthouse. But I thought that'd be a little bit out of my way. I'm not going to do that. With the price of gas and everything. So, and maybe send I was thinking, what if I see Tiffany Garcia, Grateful Dead, maybe her children. Maybe I'll be securing her children in one of these rides here. Maybe. Came in an hour early and bought a ticket, little golden ticket. So they give you a ticket every day for the vendors and stuff. Some people will flake out. Most people won't even come back from their break. I kid you not, because that's a 2-lock system. That mechanism so the children or even some adults that can't reach back while it's in being operated and be unlocked too easily. It can be done, but you got to pull both of those toggles, like I said before, exactly at the same time or pretty dang close to it, so that those 2 locks will. And so it's difficult. It is, and there's. Let's see, 6. I think there's 12. Yeah, I think there's 12. Yeah, there's 12 of them. There's 12 of them. They can hold 3. Each car cage can hold 3 people. And So usually that cliffhanger, usually they have two people. They have one person running the tickets at the front, making sure the people are tall enough, and running the scanner or taking the tickets. Back in the day, they'd rip the tickets. I know because I've watched this. This ride's a common ride, and one that's in their wheelhouse of attraction when they travel. I know they have it at Wild Waves. It's just a smaller version of it. And so you got one checking the height and checking in the tickets and watching the two workers that are loading those cages, and then paying attention because the person that's ushering the people into the ride can't see through the ride to see if there's some available cages. So you just there's 1, 3 left, or 2, 3 left. It's pretty simple. Oh, and operating that ride's absolutely, it's simple. A monkey can operate it. It's just the safety part is the issue. It's the simplest thing to operate, which is the other. It's not even puzzling anymore as to why people don't come back from their breaks. But so it is difficult. It's hard work, and you got to get going because you got people people stand in line. These are paying customers. They want to get on this ride. They only have so much time to ride if they got the band, if they got the ticket. But still, it's a time thing. So you're trying to be somewhat courteous, be quick about it and safe and stuff. Well, most of us are. So there's 3 people, I guess, is what I'm trying to say before I glorify I hope this cat doesn't try to get one of those. This is a neighbor's cat. He feeds it good. Glorify myself too much, but once we got rid of this dude right here, oh boy, and they had all kinds of people coming in working with this fool, trying to harm our children. Once we got rid of him, and I spoke to one of the not head people of Funtastic, but people just right there like us that get exploited into the lower levels that have no control, that actually care but don't, And I've seen her years ago, and she remembers me too. She remembers my cousin Kim. Yeah, your cousin Kim, she got burnt in her onesies. And I go, yep, she got burnt in her onesie. She's like, oh my gosh, it's a small world. Yeah, it's amazing. Anyway, so at the lower levels, but up here it's so demonic. Oh, it's so demonic. You can see it. You can see all the symbolism everywhere. But she remembers me from, and I remembered her. I said, I know you. She went like this. I go, it was Newport, Washington. We were selling fruit. We were selling fruit. One of the times I was in and out of the house. Whenever they needed me, we'd pick fruit, eat Yakima, and then go sell it to the tourists right there in Newport. Idaho was right here, and right across the street was Washington. And the carnival came. And my cousin, it was at night, we closed the fruit stand down, and I had a bunch of money, and I went to the carnival, and my cousin was there, Kim. And that's when I met this lady here who put me on this ride after Willie and Terry. Oh, God, it's amazing. I probably won't get out to hunt. I'll just go do an afternoon hunt, I guess. But look, this right here. I went in early. Bought me $30 ticket. Didn't even really have the money, but something. They don't let us have anything. $20 corn dog. They do have an $11 corn dog, but they have a $20 corn dog. I can't believe it. I'm like, I cannot believe this. I know this is for the children. I don't want to ruin it for anybody, but this is crazy. $15 to get in. So I did give my daughter a ticket to get in free. She did bring my grandchildren. Well, at least one of them. And I was trying to buy up a bunch of tickets because there's people that get their tickets that come in, labor people that come in, because there's hundreds of labor people that now they're farming out this labor, they don't care really so much about the quality anymore. They just are hiking up the price and sending anybody in. Because the devil knows the time is short. He don't give a shit. He don't care. He just doesn't even care. And well, it's the 1/3 now. That's really where we're at. We're at the 1/3 now. It's not even Satan. Satan's he's spinning. His head is he's got the old Ichabod. He got Ichabod. He's so yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. So this lady sold me $30. She wasn't supposed to. And she said, "All right, don't tell." I said, "I won't." As if you won't tell. I said, if you want, I said, you can come by and I'll send you on the, really? Where? I said, the cliffhanger. She goes, "Okay, deal." Now see, we were doing, it's like the face painting. I was going to have my grandson get a little, because he didn't want nothing on his face, but there was Lynn, same place that Kai worked, little face painting, because I worked at the little kitty place too. I worked at a few little places where they go through the little mirrors and, oh, you want to talk about unruly children? Then they go up and then they go down the little slide. Well, towards the end of the night, it gets to be older, drunk people. They're because the beer garden's right up there, right up top, and it's up, kind of like on a little perch, a little eagle's nest, so they can look down about the same eye level as I am, right there where that ride is that they had me working on after the. And I noticed the later it got, and I'm like, and they're like, "Please don't go down backwards." So it was quite the challenge. But long and short, I ended up seeing all this face painting down below, and I thought, you know what, my grandson might. So people like to swap and do deals because they're there subject to the fair. Also, they don't give you any deals. They don't cut you any. They don't give you any hay. You get they don't know severance pops when the fair is over. No little fair shirt, no little fair hat, no nothing, no lunch, no nothing, which is fine. I brought my own. I'm just saying, you would think after all that, and most of us, we grew up there, and we did at least a couple days a year there. There's over 333 miles of fence. Now I know, because I've climbed that fence many a times. It's the same fence. It's 333 miles. I know the security made that very clear. And there's 167 acres, I believe. Now, a kid lost its head, child, a little girl, I believe, lost her head on the same ride I was operating 2 years ago, because someone decided to leave and that's why I said, look, if you open this, because I couldn't have him because I couldn't get him to get rid of him fast enough, so I was going to have to literally just take him apart right there in front of everybody, and I don't think they were going to, make any qualms about it at all. Qualms, not to be confused with Steve Coyle. Got bad news there. Missed Genesis altogether. Missed, and Trey, I love you, Trey. Where have you been anyway? And Sheila, where have you been? So couldn't get rid of this. So I knew, okay, my work was really cut out from on top of praying and doing everything we trying to do. Learning, being refined, being healed ourselves from all this stuff. Just everything life throws at us, and some more than others. That's why I said, oh man, just know that we know, man, we got you. And I gotta make me some more tea. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go because I love you guys. This is playing games. Playing big games. Playing games. See, I don't mind board games. We got the Seattle edition. Did you see that? We got the Seattle edition. And Bill Fish right there. Monopoly. But I don't like head games. Never did like Foreigner. Never did like, I like driving balls, because you drive for show, you putt for dough. Be good, Johnny. But, yeah, I'm not really into, Twister, and then Sorry. those head games. I'm not into that kind of shit. That's the other thing. This new boss. This is Tawana's. He lived in 3 swamps right over here on Mountain Highway. Highway 7. Right over here. Anthony. Then there's Michael. And then there's Ian. Oh, boy. Did I mention Nilly? Oh, man. Gabriel? Did I mention? Oh. All right, I'll be right back. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. Oh, there's the big boy. There's the big boy. Right there. See, he lost all his feathers. Yeah, so they do. They all those feathers come out, people. I didn't know that. Yeah, the things you learn when you're willing. Well, life is a lesson if we just listen. Just open our peepers and... Oh, that dude. Oh, it was a demon. Oh, it was a demon. They were all... But there were so many angels. They're able to get through. They use people's energy. Just like a Ouija board or anything else. People's energy. People that are unaware. Just, I don't care. I can't make it. Or people that are just not in the spirit. They're able to attach and use that energy, but they don't have any authority or jurisdiction over us at all. And absolutely they'll literally, that's why it said don't get smitten and all, get all cocky over the fact that these demons are subject to you, because they are. You know that, right? They're kneeling, they're gonna bow. We're gonna be judging them. You know that, right? God's gonna judge those that were subject to him, that got led astray by him, but we're judging them. We are gonna judge them. I know I am. He made that real clear. I seen it clear. And oh boy, it pleases me. It makes me absolutely happy. And they know it. They know it, just like they used to just relish at the fact as I was dying on that floor. It's crazy how I went right back to that shower right after him. The 26 right here, 27 laying flat out. I couldn't. Went and see my babies, and then right there I had to go to work for Matthew and then let him know, and then Tawana's like, hey, I got this guy that owns his own tree service. He's an arbor. And bam. And I could tell he's hard to keep good help around, especially help that knows, their way around the woodsy type stuff, the DNR type stuff, Department of Natural, the resource type stuff, the natural stuff, Oh, Doug and Stacy. Our beloved. Is his name Doug also from Self-Reliance? Oh, I love him also. Him, his daughter, his wife. Don't really watch much of any other, self-help stuff. And there's a lot out there. I know there is, because it's like I don't know. Oh, look at these dirty sons of bitches. Look at, they do this to, but it's okay. Little fags. Look. I could do more with a bundle of sticks. You probably can't see that. Yeah, I doubt you can. Because the window's double paned and it's got this funk on the inside. That's not the outside. I clean them damn things. I happen to look out them windows, so I like to make sure they're clean. Unlike my cousin Vinny. He goes in, so what's this here? That's a screen. That's right, that's a screen. And what's the shit all over that screen? That's dirt. Yes, that's dirt. That's right, that's dirt. That's right, that's dirt. And that dirt. Alright, I'm gonna go get me some tea, take a pee, so I'll pause you. I'll pause you when I take a pee. See, that dissipates fast. They got different shit they spray. Little cowards. And then we'll get back to, oh, how fantastic it is. I can feel you guys right now. My heart is just literally beat as one. It beats. I literally, when I know, you guys. We're all the same. We're all the same. That's the beautiful thing. Oh, he knows. He knows. He knows the time is so short. It's amazing. It's amazing. And as each day unfolds, with all these new revelations, get bolder, meek and humble. That's good. You're just bold. See, you got to know it. You got to know it. And then you'll just show it. And then, people will be able to glean that fruit right off, right? Take hold of that flame, and just snatch a piece right up. That's refined by the fire. Go get some for yourself. You got all these people, and they know too. Oh, most of them all know now. They know. I've experienced some of them so-called Christians, and they'll scowl at you, But, at least they're not, the soul isn't completely just void of their vessel. I mean, you can see it's just anger, and they're just like misled little children, like scolded little children that are, they're angry because they're afraid because they don't understand, they don't have a relationship. They're religious. They call themselves Christians, so they don't know what the hell they don't know what they're looking at when, what they're looking at is what should be inside them, but there's a void, and you can see it. You can see it, and they'll even couple. They'll even, they'll actually endorse these demonic. Oh yeah, that real tall guy, Casey. Enter the Stars, Casey. A real tall guy. I think that was Trump's dad's inauguration or something like that, or Trump, not inauguration. It was yeah. Those are all. Those are all genetically enhanced soldiers for the enemy. They've been farming these fallen, these giants for a long time. That's what that knock was over there. It's just, it would seem, now don't get me, don't, they're not your friends, or at least that's what he said to me, son, they're not your friends. Don't go over there playing your little harmonica for them, or leaving them food, which you've been doing anyway, but you didn't know that. Your heart's in the right spot. You didn't know that, but now you know that, so you don't. But yeah, that real tall dude with the bald. When I first seen him, I was like, dude, that's Lurch right there. That's what we called. Reminds me of Lindquist, Mark Lindquist. Now that's gonna leave a mark. Mark Lindquist and our beloved. And I'll get some coffee and I'm getting dehydrated. I gotta get water. I can hear it. Our beloved Mary Robinette. She's the one that got us out. She put in a mandate to get us out. What kind of prosecutor does that, Mr. O? A lioness. A priestess. A sister. A true mother of Christ-like spiritual prowess. Is true integrity. You want to talk about a mighty prayer warrior. Mighty. Religious? No. Oh, so fearful. And by herself. Oh, they've been trying to get rid of her for a long time. And she was the little whistleblower. Well, Craig, whistle. What the fuck is a whistle? What's a whistle? Mary Robinette. She blew that whistle about Lindquist, Lurch. Pedophile. Oh, but you see the picture of him and all this and that. Oh, you people. Calamera. Oh, Michael. Ugh. They're all just nasty. That whole thing, I think that's by... Well, it just happened. It was a building that was available, and it happened to be the same kind of square footage. It was the size, it was what we was looking for, and no. I think it's yeah, but in a morgue, an old morgue. Old funeral home. Pierce County Alliance. Right there on Tacoma Avenue. Oh, these are some twisted fuckers that high up, kind of like fantastic high up. They don't give a shit. They don't care. But if they just start killing off people, then then nobody's gonna come. If they just start jabbing you up and people start falling, come on, people ain't gonna sign up for that. Also, it does different things to different people. Wherever your weakness is, just like it says, you don't put a new on an old garment; it'll pull away from it. Wherever you got that, wherever you're wore thin, that's where you're going to have, just like my fingers. Look how crooked my fingers are. I haven't broken one of these fingers, not that I know of, but they sure are crooked, and they're all messed up. These are all from injuries, busting them up and stuff, and when I didn't cut this one down to the bone, cut that off. And this is what's happening. This has just started happening over the last year or so. They're all crooked and they ache all the time. And it's all the old injuries I've had that I didn't heal. Every single one of them now. I remember, oh yeah, I remember that one. I remember this one. It's all starting to catch up with me now. But yeah, they did something new. I was going to walk you through our home, because home is where the heart is, right? Oh, man. Oh. And don't think for a moment that I didn't have to, it was just straight. It's not a sin to look. You let that thought conceive. But I could have had to pull my eyes in like a runaway spool of fishing line with all them young women running around, and I didn't even know, like I said, the only time I've ever seen people naked, and I didn't think that was even legal in Seattle, was at the Seattle one. I went and seen Rush. May he rest in peace. It was the last time I seen old whatchamacallit. Not I'm reaching now. But yeah, Pert. Neil Pert. And you know something? Millie? That whole set. It was, and I always thought it was Musette. I sent that under Musette. Tori Musette. But that whole set that they had for their stage set, that one popcorn thing, reminded me of Tori's little deal off her podcast. I can pray for you guys every day, all day. Pray, sometimes fast. Specifically, I'll do it. So I hope y'all kept that charm I got, that piece from Greece, from Greece, or just send it back. All right, so let's see, where was? Oh yeah, it was the my eyes. I could run away like a damn. Oh, and I'll show you this one. So I get and then I got to get some water and coffee, and I'll be right back. And then I got to go pee. So I get the card. She says, "Okay, we'll do some. Maybe we'll trade. Everybody wants to trade. Like it's an inside thing, All right, because they just suppress us so much. There's just talk about. They don't have a real good employees package. It's almost. It doesn't really anger me because I see all the children having fun, and that's what it's all about. But it's just crazy on how things are so expensive, and they just get it more expensive, You know, it makes it more difficult to be bringing the children to places like that. Although I don't trust any of them fools servicing those rides at all. At all. He's like, Gabriel, you sure you don't want to go? You and I go. He's hiding behind the camera because there's one big one up there. Although they're watching, but the last day, the last run, he works for him. You know, he's going to travel back down south with him. He's got a three-year visa. I told him you make sure you get a photo of us. He goes, oh yeah. Couldn't understand a lick of English, but we had that international language, that love, you know. Oh man, I split a burger with him. I did buy one $14 fare burger. Oh, it was delicious. My mouth is salivating thinking about it. Oh boy, fries. And I brought it back to the ride because when I'm on break, he operates it. And I said, dude, this is for you. He was so happy with that. He couldn't believe that. He took a photo of that and sent it to his family down in Guatemala. He was so happy. And oh boy, him and Chad. Oh, Chad. Chad did not like me at all. He did not like me. Because it used to be him and Gabriel that ran that ride together. See, they operated that ride together. But now Chad was over doing the Scrambler, the one, my baby girl, that was next to us, right next to Noah's, the big ark there. No, it was all just a miracle. Just one big, it was amazing. It was amazing, all the souls, to this day, that are being salvaged. Like I said, more than any in history. Remember when I said that? Yeah. Oh, greatest day when I got baptized. But you know, the most glorious moment was this morning when I was on my knees. Didn't have to go anywhere near water. It's an outward manifestation of an inward condition. It's a cleansing. That's all it is. It's a way to let people know, hey, check it out. This is what I'm doing. I'm making a commitment. So if you give a shit about me, maybe you could, you know, after you yourself have the plank out on it, you could see when I spank and come, hey man, check it out. He didn't baptize anybody. He said, greater things than these you shall do, for a reason. There's so many people won't see even so much as a stale carton of milk. But if you're led to do it, absolutely. Amazing. After me and Donnie, oh, and that one's even bigger. After me and Donnie had that beautiful man from, I think he was from Kenya. Baptized us right there, Mr. L. And that slough going right on through Tampa, right through the center. That spot I showed you, right in that weeping willow, right there. We went and seen Passion of Christ. Amazing. It was amazing. Well, they were either two white doves or they were two white pigeons. One of the two. I seen them. And this, first shot. It wasn't even open yet. It was amazing, too, to see this guy. Amazing. Just the way he's, you know, Mr. L, you say, oh, you appear to be. Just the way, oh, I can't give you nothing. We were all buddies. Just had donut. Oh, God, hell yeah, I'll take a donut. Hey, man, will you let me and my buddy on this ride? Sure, here. I'll let you go ahead and just take a shot for free. Because we're not open yet. You're here early. And you run this ride. It's just right across the way from me. This literally is right across the way. I want to show you where this is located in the... Let's see if it'll pull it in. That thing is dead, and I mean dead center. It's dead center in that. There's a little crossbow. And it's the same cubes I got, by the way. It's the same cubes. You know, Nilly, after I shot that, she actually heard about it, and she came and got that and grabbed that and made sure she seen me walking through the whole crowd. Later on, through that, I was going to keep that, but what's better than... And then look, it all started with one bite. You see, it all starts with one bite. I asked him, I said, okay, so, because I asked all the people, as I did after I almost took my little silsil. They couldn't do that. Can't do that. I can't do that, people. What's the trick? So I can get a little treat. What's the trick? Well, tricks are for rabbits, kids. Right? He said, well, they're all bent. This is exactly what the dude said. They're all the arrows are bent. Not like that long. It's a crossbow. They're all crossbows. The crossbows are cabled down, so you can barely, so you can't turn them and shoot anybody with them, because that's where we're. Remember back in the day, and you used to have the machine gun with the. Don't get off track, Roy. You could just. Now you can't even, people, sin. Yes, Mr. L, it exists. Well, just look around. The shit just doesn't happen on its own. It just. Somebody's, fueling this funeral pyre. So I said, is there any? He goes, well, first of all, I'm just going to tell you, because you work here, and you're going to give us, me and my friend, a ride. We'll just take our shirts off, and then we'll get in. I said, hey, absolutely. Maybe you'll leave us on twice. I said, depends on how long the line is, because I said, there's times when these people are looking at me like, do you want to make it out of here alive? And I'm like, uh-huh. All right, you better hurry it up, little boy. Okay. And I did. So, he says, they're all bent. He goes, it's just basically just shoot. Okay. So I got the card, which I have. I was going to show you. I got it. About $30. Because I was going to go extreme. That's what's called, that extreme scream. The one that goes whoosh. Which happens to be right next to where that trailer was, where old Bobby Boy. Yep. One of many, but that's the one we have the photo of. Every picture tells a story. See, it's that negative. Light takes that negative and exposes. It always exposes the darkness. Always in a dark room. Very, very dark. Very dark. Cowards. They're cowards. They're failures. Right there. And I bought that ticket right at the bottom there. She was just coming in for work. It was early. She's not supposed to sell it. So I didn't need it. He goes, no, we're not open yet, so I'm not going to charge you. Plus, you work here, and you're going to give me a ride, so I'm going to let you do it for nothing. I said, all right. And before I even realized it, I felt our heavenly creator, just my hand just went down and to the left, and I'm thinking, I didn't even contemplate. I've learned. And then my finger moved off the trigger guard onto the trigger, and it just and he goes, that's a winner. That's exactly like he'd never, almost like, and this guy works and these are huge animals now. They got them. He goes, that's a winner. And I said, okay, well, I'll take that one right there for my Lily. And he goes, well, I can't. Right away, like he owned this stuff. I was surprised. He's like, well, we're not open yet. And I'm like, well, why don't you scan my ticket? And then I'll have legit, then you could say it. He's like, well, we're not. I said, okay. And then I seen where, I was like, all right, whatever. As he's wiping off that, that cream off from that cream-filled donut. Hey, I'll tell you, I was never, but I can have as much as I want. Not a problem. And will. Now? Right now. I said, all right. Shit. Man. Did I run and hide when I went and puffed on my pipe? No. But did I go ahead and glorify it? Yeah, man. Here, kids. By the way, come and sharing some spiritual camaraderie, and by the way, I want you to take away. This also is, this is the. I'm not what I'm pushing either, Joe. It's like you said, I don't push that. The herbs in your little, the chia. I have no excuse. Bad news, definitely addicted. Not good. Not good at all. I can make every excuse under the sun. You put heat under it, it's for your head. You eat it, it's for your health. Bad news. But did I go run and hide? No. I didn't sit and glorify it and, be an advocate of it, although, and try to downplay and make it, no. But I did notice that there were people that knew exactly, because I was led to do this, exactly where I take my breaks and how often and this and that. And that's where I happen to smoke. And so, with the little vape pen. So I just made sure that I didn't try to hide. I didn't hide, do any kind of creepy, weird shit like that, because I didn't like when people, and by the way, people know when you're hiding anyway. When you're lying, that's a lie. You might as well just be lying. You might as well just lie to them. And trust is earned. I don't need that. I'd rather have somebody be a little pissed off at me, angry with me, and then instead of just lie to them and not be able to trust me altogether at all. I'm just not going to go that route. But smoking, bad news for your head, and it can lead to some other stuff. And depending on wherever you're rubbed thin, that could really screw up a person, just like people that are predisposed to, like natives with alcohol, like me. I can't. If I was to drink anything more than a 3-2 beer, okay, aside of, like, if I was fasting and without a meal or something like that, even a 3-2 beer could get me in trouble. Start drinking hard alcohol stuff, it could get me. I'm not. Some people, they can have a couple drinks. They can even get a little 3 sheets to win and then stop. I'm not. Like I said, I'm the dude that will get the. So no hard alcohol. And it's weird. It's something about the hard alcohol. Maybe the beer just fills you up or whatever. But mainly I just don't. People say, well, you don't. I say, well, I have a bad reaction. Oh, I'm allergic to it. Really? Yeah, I have a real bad reaction. And the reaction would be doing exactly the same kind of conduct, acting the same way as those people, those individuals that did not come into the fair that way, ended up leaving that ride that I was operating backwards on their head. And some of them were, they were, what do you do? What do? You turn around and you go, hey, you can't go down. And they're already, they're drunk. They're going, these are full grown people. They're hurtling themselves down this. And you know what I heard? I heard, son, you did the same stupid shit. Same stuff. So, and right there, for iView, you see people, they're all looking. People are up there, they're drinking, because it was iView, because the only ride that the operator was up this level. There was one taken. Her name was, she was from Honduras. No, I think she was from Honduras. What was her name? She and that's all she did. She just ran. When she wasn't there, she was on her break. And we got, I got 4 30-minute, because they were long shifts. These were long 10 to 12 hour shifts. On your feet, running around, operating that. Oh, my hands. Oh, gosh, people. It was a miracle. It was a miracle. It was such a blessing. It was the children. It was the Lord. It was God. It was God, because I physically wouldn't have been able to do it. Emotionally, I wouldn't have been able to do it. I wouldn't have been able to do it emotionally, physically. I'm going to tell you, even in my best physical condition, yes, I got to go pee. I know, but I love you guys. You know how I get. You guys know me. In my best physical condition, when I was humping those hills for real, up there planting those trees for doing the slave labor work, doing forestry service, in my best, I'm telling you, that would have gave me a run for my money. Because of every single thing. That was the hardest thing I'd ever done. I'm telling you right now, more souls were won this time. I got my hands on more people. And they try to mock. yeah, this guy, this and I said, well, I'm fixing to put my hands on children under the way it came out. It was just like people aren't like, that's right, you get them. But the one was looking at me like, oh my God, I can't believe he just said that after they just tried to, like, shit, don't come at me with that, because I'll take that and I'll use it. Oh, I'll use it. Oh, I'll use it to expose you. You ain't gonna mock me. My heart's in the right spot. I'm not a fucking weirdo like that. I don't look at any of these people like that. Oh, there's some beautiful, especially those children. But some of these young ladies, I gotta keep myself in check before you wreck yourself. Plus, there's always someone watching, and there's always someone listening. Oh, I had a few little, oh my goodness. I had a few of those. But then it would follow with, Father, please forgive me. And I didn't sit and, it didn't go any. And I almost heard, and you almost want to say to me, now, if you would just send me my angel, weren't you? And I was going to say, he goes, maybe she's right here. Maybe she's, maybe, but just don't. But see, I've learned not to get. I just take it one, and there were so many people potentially, but if you don't have that, if that spark isn't reciprocal, Mr. L, if it doesn't, it's got to give, and then it's got to, that give and take too goes both ways. But then there's this, just like that deer, you'll have that moment, You'll have this moment and something like that, And then when I seen it, this little tail, I said, all right. It's all right. That's all right. We'll just stop off at Stewart's. We'll get us some grass fed. Until next time. And as I called in that one, it was all greasy. I knew it was all, I had all festered, old Fester's Quest. It was all, I could tell. And I was like, dang. You know how you hunters, when you get, and you're like, dang it, man. And something told me you might want to just hang out just for a minute. But I've been hanging out for a few hours. But you might want to hang out just for a minute. Yeah, but... And then okay, well, go ahead, Einstein. You got free will. This is how we learn. Just like when you want to just pile all this stuff up in your hands because you're in such a hurry. You think that you're going to get this is going to free some of your time up, you're not freeing up any of your space, but you think you're going to free up some of your time, which will lead to freeing up some of your space, which will lead to, some sort of relaxation in your little pea-brain mind. But it doesn't always work out that way. The more I pile up, when I hear, son, you might want to just, it's okay to take a couple trips, just be patient. Oh, the patience is, oh, gosh. Oh, patience is definitely, it can be quite the pruning, people. And I'm not talking about a parabolical, pear-shaped. Oh, my grandpa Frank Day, he left all that dried fruit. Not to be confused with William. My dad, Roy's grandfather, my great-grandfather. Just more stuff. He did more. I mean, literally. I couldn't believe. I was like, how did he have time to be an officer? It's amazing how he did so much in his uniform, this man. And the picture I got of him was the first picture. My mom, it was the same time, it was the exact same time frame that she gave me those photos, and she said, I believe you're responsible enough to receive these now that you're here. She is telling me that I'm responsible enough, and in some ways she had a point, but just the irony of, without getting too off track, it's Me and our creator are definitely laughing about this one. She says, I think those photos, and it was a young man with a little probably beavered skin, little keystone, little hat, a little club, a little round little club, little keystone club, black and white photo. She goes, that's your great grandfather. I said, oh, and I said, well, who's this? She says, oh, that's Forey's real father right there, the bandito right there. That's the red and gold. He's the. And I went, oh, this is before Forrest patched up. I grew up through all the whole clubhouse was Gypsy Jokers and all that. We had quite the upbringing. But so I gave him those photos to make a copy of them and return them. And they disappeared. So I had a photo of William Steen, who he was one of the first Seattle police officers. And you know something? That Castle Inn, that something Manor now it's called, which is in Georgetown, which my dad was in. You know that he probably ended up frequenting. They moved that out. They built that there so they could. It was a harlot hut. It was a house of ill repute. They gambled and stuff there. And we ended up living there. It was haunted. That Frank, I told you that Frank. That's why I used to go spank Frank with axle grease. He actually, once they busted that place because they moved it out of Seattle, because people like my grandfather would patrol and pushed him out. And so they moved out to Georgetown. And then it's just amazing on how it all just full circle. It's amazing. God is alive and living in us, people. This is real. It ain't day in and day out. Just day in and day out. Oh, it's amazing. It's just amazing. Oh, I'm so happy to be alive and living in people. I love people so much. That's the thing. I truly just love people. I love people and I care about their well-being and their health. And it angers me. The sin, I hate it. I hate it because I see what it does. I see what it does. And I see what it causes it to do to other people and the separation and the division. The fear, just the destruction. It's so unnecessary, preventable. It angers me. It hurts me. And they know that. They know it hurts me. But for them, it pisses me off. I'm gonna shred them. I'm gonna shred them, Mr. L. I'm gonna shred them good. We've already been shredding them, but it's time for the big shred. I'm gonna go make some coffee. I'm gonna go make some tea. I'm gonna shut these lights down. I have all the lights in the house on because it was dark. I was gonna run video. I've been trying for an hour. I got up real early this morning because I wanted to spend some time with you and do an update because I love you guys. I wanted you to know everything that's going on. And although we're gonna be together, we're never gonna part. We'll never. Nothing can come between us. Nothing. Day in, day out. Nothing. This isn't ordinary love. This is different. It's different. This one knows. This knows all about it. The suffering. And the pain. And the rejection. The abandonment. And the cold death. I know all about it. I know all about those fears. And it angers me. It angers me. And I care about you. And love you. Very much. With an everlasting love. You know that. You feel that. Because it's true. No love has one greater than this, none. You lay it down. They say, lay it down, Norton. Lay it down. And milk would shoot out my nose. Kent Hitchings, him and Edith, I'm certain they're still married. I know he was a good Christ-like little soldier. He said, I'm going this way. You go that way. And slow down. You see, he said, who's Bob? I said, Bob? He said, yeah, Bob Brotherson. My heart just sunk. It just sunk. You see, I didn't ever want to hear that name again. I didn't ever want to. I thought that was just a bad dream. I thought that was a nightmare left on Elm Street. But it was confirmation as to what it was that I've been dealing with now. From birth. From that very day. 3/20/1969. King County, Washington. West Seattle, as far as the east is to the west. And then seeing it all from the beginning, and the fear. The fear, we're just telling the truth, and the fear, just sharing it. Just shut up, they said, just shut up. You have nothing to say, nothing worth offering anyone. Just shut up. So they tried to shut me down. They couldn't kill the messenger, so they tried to shut down the message. The good news. And the Spirit testifies. That's the faith. It's in our testimony. And that's how He's returning. And the book, the book of life, the book of love, is open for all to see. Nothing to hide. Right, Millie? Right. You stood right there. But you're all by yourself. All those demons. You see Axel Grace. Did you see him? You see him. That's why they knew who you were becoming. Little orphan Anna, you don't see her anymore. They tore her to pieces. You know what they were doing to children, to people? You remember that one segment where she was watching? Did you hear that noise? And she went, oh, you know what they were doing, right? See, I was seeing it through her eyes. They knew that I could see that through her eyes. But you guys weren't seeing it. And those sounds. I know what those sounds are. I know. And it angers me. That those sounds. But that mighty wave, that force, that song of many waters, that new song. They know. That poor child. Some takes a little more refining, and you'll see it. It'll horrify you, otherwise it would, your heart would fail you. You wouldn't make it. You wouldn't make it. If you knew they trying to trip us up operating that ride, that backpack, an item, anything, a possession of these innocent. And then the cut melon, the watermelon. They're going to reap what they sow tenfold, some more. Guilty equally by their own implication. But we couldn't deviate from the task at hand. They don't report these things to you. The news, they're not your friend. Trump's not your buddy. You're not seeing him. He's not doing any rallies. He's not doing shit. We're doing it, and doing it well. That same well. Old Lassie come and told you, little Donnie Steen fell. Nobody cared. And the ones that did fell on rocky soil, and some on fertile, but not much root. So when the sun came out, when it got a little hot, see, you'll always know what's in a tea bag and turn up the heat. That refining Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego's. He said, no, son, just a little further. Just a little further. Up on the left. I've been left more than I could explain it. That feeling, I know it. There it was, Abednego's, right up on the left, one of the best steaks I'd had. Oklahoma, Choctaw. Oh, Jack Choctaw, real good. And there was D, old square D, right there. Old square D. She said, you know, that's very nice of you. Because she was wanting to quit. It's only too late if you give up. Never give up. Never give up. And don't be hung up on the past. The blood is washed. The past. white as snow. Futures paved by faith, the here and now. It's the most valuable thing we have is right now, this very day. He's returning, the very moment. No respecter of persons. I heard him say, Mike, oh, I'm an equal opportunist. One of my new co-workers, the crane operator, old forestry service worker, one of the Anthony's, the office, he does all the accounts. He works at the office, but he was out at the job site. You can't keep anybody working. You can't keep nobody at work. Now the cliffhanger I could see. Yes, I'm going to go get the tea and pee. I'm glad. Yes. It was taxing, but the Lord, our heavenly creator, said, just give me the stamina, the mental, the wisdom, the wherewithal to have the patience with all this, the ability to finish as well as I started. Searching me out, refining me. All at the same time, everything all more done for me, through me. Like by me, right next to me, behind me, Satan. Where is your sting? So many souls, one. He said, I'm going to send you a helper, one, where two or more gather. We intercede. We're intercessors, transceivers. Mighty, we are mighty. Royal priest, priestess, royal. From the bloodline, the tribe, Judah. Just a thread of each of the 12. Just a thread of each of the 12. A thread that is bound and it's on a vertical loom, this intersecting, weaving, this coupling, joining together, this harmonious union, this body, this one flesh, this word dwelling among us. It's among us. It's among us. Yeah. What's it say? Crossbow shot, 11 tickets a shot. Ours was 12 tickets. Always left you with a few spares. The spare square.
All right, which one of you? Which one of you did that? Threw that to the dingoes. Hmm? Said sit right here, sit right here. And here's the ark. Could be seen. You see that man standing there, you see those two big, this is where I sit on this rock. And that boat, the ark right there, it would swing, and behind it is the big roller coaster. Off to the left, the bumper cars, and then these are all the games. Skyline right here, the tram that goes up. Worked at the... Oh, and then they put these here right in front of my rock. Those weren't there. They did this on purpose. And it wasn't. It was done maliciously. I know that. Hardly anybody even used it. Oh, here's that serpent. You'll see it's purple. Going up towards the needle. You see it? That's the bumper cars right in front of the ride I operated. I made that for one of the operators. I made one for me and one for her. A home cooked meal? I said, yeah, with no strings attached. Let me see this. Don't consider. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, there's a lot of pee in that pool. Look at that. Looks like an eye. A tram. There's ride I operate right there. Or did. It's like an eye. I'm full on my break. One break coming up. I don't feel tardy. Did you see this? This is right before the... I think I showed you that one. Oh yeah, I showed you this one already. Yeah, Leonard Skinner. They rocked the... Let me see the screenshots. I know I gotta go pee. I've been holding it. Where is it? Screenshot. They sent me this. Look. Your tweet is reaching. Your tweet is reaching. I did see a twitty bird. A tweeter, a twitter, a clitter, a clatter. A clitter, a clatter. Dollar General. 222 times already. Nice job. Not into it. Now me, I can have all I want. But me, I'm not. I wouldn't want my big girl's face down there. Are you serious? A beautiful face that's going to be speaking to children, kissing, beautiful words that come out of the praise our heavenly creator. Are you serious? That beautiful mouth? No, me. Woo! Me. I'm just a dirty old birdie. I'll clean up. This is hilarious. Let's see. Oh, wee. Ooh, that thing was bucking, too. Bucking. The fair is held in Pierce County. Ooh, those that pierced him. The art could be seen. City of Puyallup, located 33 miles south of Seattle. 35 miles south of Seattle. It typically draws at least 1 million people. Last year's fair drew 816,000 attendants, a 20% decrease from 2019. There was no fair. Well, no. Because little old Roy boy, little old Donnie was spitting. No, I wasn't. We were cutting we were cutting it up in the big yard. I used to spin some laps, but we were cutting it up. At least, wait, was that 19? Yeah. At least 20. We were disemboweling the serpent. We were scaling that little bitch. And at least 100 from fair in 2020 due to COVID, the big spamdemic. There is no COVID, people. There is no COVID. People are just getting sick of all the shit they're spraying. There is no COVID. There never was. Never was no COVID. You don't think dick shit didn't know that? Trump, Gump. Run, Forrest, run. He knew that. They all fucking know that. They're just rejects. Inbred rejects. Yeah, those tall, and I'm not talking about just tall like my uncle's tall. From my not day side, from when my grandma got remarried. Donut. I brought them all donuts. Well, hey, who's gonna right here? Right here. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Come on, fool. Yeah. Special guest. Aaron Crawford. Huh. Well, we could do Aaron Neville and Cindy Crawford. We can do a little I'm a Will Watt. No, we don't want to go there. We don't want to. We can just make up a little jingle. We can just sit here together. We can just come up. We'll just make some stuff up. Some good stuff. We'll drop it. We'll drop that shit like it's hot. We'll drop it. What we got here? I love you guys. Oh, this too, I want you guys to know. This is all bullshit. There is no aliens. There is no aliens. There's no other outer... Oh, look what they're doing. There's none of that stuff. Demonic. All demonic. I don't doubt that you've seen... Oh, look at my little Willie. My Willie, my little Willie. My baby girl. My honey. Look at that. Oh, Papa girl. Oh, Paw Patrol. Oh, Papa. Yeah, baby. I know it. I know. All right, guys. All right. Oh, and Lisa. Oh, and by the way, speaking of Lisa, Lisa. All dogs go to heaven. Todd, you might want to sit down for this one. Todd Standing is so full of shit. This last confirmation right there always confirms twice. Always. Look, where two or more gather. This guy's so full of shit. Did you see that whoever that poor girl is that he has right there, brainwashed? Well, I gotta pray for this young lady. This is what right here. The scales drop. You'll see it. Just completely occultist type brainwashing. Just mindless drone. Just poor thing. Oh, what a weasel. What a slug. Oh, boy. Oh, you're not going to be sitting long. Going to be kneeling and kneel, bow, amen. Kneel, bow, amen. Didn't think I'd recognize you, did you? Didn't think I'd recognize you, did you? Even though you had that big old mask on, didn't think I'd recognize you. When I said, where's your sister, beloved? Oh, she's not with us. You thought I'd forget. You said, uh-huh. There's your little girlfriend there. Spent quite a few hours on that ride, didn't you? What'd I say? You can stay on here as long as you'd like. Waiting for all the insinuate, all the judgmental, insinuating, snide little remarks and little none. Love, love, love. It's nice to see you. It's nice to see you. You see, that testing, that was worthy. It's fine. Your heart, see, you truly believed. Your flesh was telling you something else. Everybody was telling you something else, but you truly believed. You believed it. You don't have to like, believe, or understand it for it to be true. But this young man, he believed. He believed it. He came back to show the fruits of those beliefs. Now I got to glean in my own. We reap what we sow. Good gesture. Hey, people are selfish, but really they're not. They're living fear. It looks like selfishness. It's fear. You know, I hear people say, well, I'm doing it for my children. Well, if you can't do it for yourself, if you're all screwed up, you ain't doing it for your children. You got to get your head out of your own ass first, or someone else's, before you can do it for your children. And then you got to go reverse and do it for yourself, once you seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, so that you can be in line, right, with all humility, decreasing, so that you can be a little selfish in a sense that has nothing to do with carnal selfishness, so that you can be good for somebody. You can be way more of an asset to somebody than you ever could, being that, because it looks like selfishness. It looks like anger. It's all fear. People are afraid. I'm not going to have enough to eat. Am I going to have the right thing to say? Oh, and by the way, speaking of the right thing to say, just keep on calling. They're shutting my phone ringer completely off now. And one of y'all called. You've been calling. I'm answering, and then, you know, and you'll just sit there, and some of it's the enemy, but some of it's you guys. Just keep calling. You shut my ringer. I'll answer it. Oh, we're going to be meeting up sooner or later anyway, so. But I know that keeps some of you, and one of you in particular, from, yeah, I know, so I'll just go ahead and we'll put it off. You know, you put off tomorrow, you know, and then tomorrow turns into a week, a month, a year, next thing you know, 2 decades go by. And I've been there also. Be anxious for nothing, but then, you know, don't put off tomorrow what you can do today, you know. Living in the moment, the most valuable thing I've realized when I unpack the whole thing is the moment we're in. It's okay to have dreams and plan for the future, but you do it in the here and now by being in the Spirit. Faith is paved, already done. It's already, you're going to find yourself, and people will start intersecting. You're going to be like, what? These doors will open, things will start. You'll just be like, what the heck? And all the past will be restored to its original dominion. That's exactly what God's doing. He's not only did he throw it in the sea of forgetfulness, he's taken it, because it's all been a lie anyway. The devil is a lie. Satan, whatever you want to call it, it's all just a lie. Fear, it's all a lie. It wasn't the original design or creation. We're created. We're not made. Oh, we're wonderfully made. Oh, and amazingly made. Look at how intricate we are. Isn't that amazing? Gosh, to think that we're just a chance for happening, an accident, a mistake. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord. the King of Kings, Lord of Lords. I seen you yesterday. Oh, don't think I didn't see you, my beautiful, beloved black soldier of Christ. I seen you. I seen you in Walmart. I seen you right there. Oh, I seen you. I feel you right now. I know. I know it. We recognize each other. We'll hear. We all have the same ears. Different parts of the same body. But if I whack it here, you don't think my ear heard that? You don't think my foot went, hey, man, it just took a second, but that traveled down here. Ding dong. We're all different parts. Same body. If I harm this, it's going to affect that part. Be cautious. The head, you don't like it. The head goes, the body follows. He gets report. Joy is in the journey. He's the Alpha and the Omega. He knows the beginning from the end. The joy is in the journey. When you see what's really, you're going to be like, wow. Because you are the when. You are the when. Hey, you know where, when? Hey, you know, they used to always say, you know what? No, but I know where, when, and why. See, I didn't know the when part, though. I used to go, no, I know why, and I know where. Seriously, it would just come out. But now we know when. We are the when. We're the number that can't be calculated because it's happening right now. It's being tabulated, tallied, and counting right now. It's not ending. It's continuing. That's where the joy is. The joy is in the journey. Otherwise, it'd be Groundhog Day for our heavenly, the head of all heads, the King of all kings. You think that would be created us in His image? Just kind of think about it. Don't be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. But if you spiritually think about it, that'd be kind of the joy is in the journey, and the love. When people, the honor, if He created us for His honor, glory, and praise, but yet come on, people. That's like believing that we're, a ball spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, independently, simultaneously revolving and spinning around the sun, which is a star, and then all these planets that are just wandering stars are hurtling through space. Just it's pretty retarded. It's asinine, isn't it? It really is, isn't it? I know it. It'd take a lot of shit to believe something like that, wouldn't it? And he sat there and thought, God, I got it. The dung beetle. The scared beetle. They're ballers. They're just rolling shit. It wants you to smoke. They're dung beetles. They're sun worshippers. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. He said he come to change not one tittle, not jot or tittle. He said I come to fulfill the law. We're saved by grace through faith. Your testimony's your faith. You are your open book. And how that is going to get... See, that revised edition... Oh, you want to talk about first edition? Oh, where two or more gather. You are that open book. You, not a cloud in the sky. Look, Mom, not a cloud in the sky. He said, I'll give you 10 cents for that moon pie. I let her pass. There's a big old buck over there. A big old buck. I knew I didn't get... I just got sight busted. I would have heard him hissing at me. He'd have gave me a snort wheeze. But when I stumbled on those droppings, I was like, man. And I heard that voice just a little bit further, just a little longer. I was like, man, I've been out here 3 hours. Not rubbed out a whole day, but it was a sequence of things. You had to have been there. Oh, yeah. It's amazing. No thinning I've ever seen. Oh yeah, neighbor. Yeah, I can see they went over. They thinned. I didn't even want to even bring it up because once people got it in their mind, you could almost see it. You can almost see it. I'm not gonna. It takes two people to argue. You know, like a sweet tango, best apples, best. I gotta shut these lights off. I really do. I got it down. I did. I got off track. Now I'm back off on track with the lights. $120 for 450 cable bill, and then the light somehow just miracle. It just got knocked down. So the cable, which wasn't mine, it was just the internet. We got this lowered down. It's actually still working, not through here because they're cowards. And it didn't expect me to go to this one here. The Lord said, "Oh, we're just gonna." And I said, "It took an hour for this to boot up, though. That never has happened." And there's nothing running. It says I got all kinds of stuff, but there's nothing running. There's nothing that runs. This is what runs. This is all that runs on here. It's the only thing I do. It's the only thing I use this for. This thing hasn't been on since the last time we've done one of these. So the light bill went down miraculously, just couldn't, almost to nothing. I'm waiting for them to take them garbage cans. I don't need to pay for garbage. I don't have enough garbage. I don't have stuff. I can take stuff out and just get rid of it just along the way, and legitimately along the way. I don't have that much stuff. Let's see. So those are gone. $450 cable. Got rid of the cable. But I got that little thing I showed you, that little box. So if I want to watch a TV off the internet, which I don't, probably Pawn Stars, watch a little episode last night off my phone. So it decides to work on the phone, but not on to run a stream. Cowards. Oh, it knows the time is short. That's how you know. It's confirmation. So those bills got knocked completely down. They're going to work with me instead of shut me off. See, that's what happened when I didn't get, before I would have said, "That's it, man, the whole world's out." Actually, I wouldn't have. I would have felt that the whole fucking world's out to get me. Well, what's new? I can't sabotage it, fast enough either. They're trying to, who can fuck my life up fast enough? Me or them? Me or them? Okay, it's a race. Come on, let's see. But yeah, okay, I gotta get some. I have to get something. I love you guys. We can just do this stuff, and we're gonna do this stuff forever. We love you guys. We love you, man. Love. Woo! Oh God, love wins every time. I love it when love wins. Oh, I just love you. It's just a big old love fest, We're not talking no nasty ass. Oh, yeah, it could involve sex, sure, absolutely, but that would be just too good. All right, I'll be right back because my heart right now is palpitating. That's what it used to say. I was like, "What's a palpitate?" Pussy, cow, pussy. I go see cow. Well, they'd say, go do the piallop. The heart would palpitate. It was two little pigs in a blanket. Oh, honey, just call me. Just call me. I'll be there. Hey, I got two. Completely. The rooms are clean. You can come visit. Hey. Just call. And if you don't, it's all right. It's okay. Just know. I'll be calling you. If I had a number, I'd be calling you. It's not a guilt trip. I'm just saying, hey, pass the torch. Let me light your fire. Come on, baby. Let me light your fire. All right? And I'll eat more than any man ever seen. Because I'm not a backdoor man. No. Eesh, that's nasty buggers. Pooter. I'm like General Lee. Dollar General. You seen it? Oh, God. All started with one, and now we got millions. Oh, millions. Oh, it's beautiful. I love you. I'll be right back.
Thank you so much for hanging out, people. I really do appreciate you very much. And things of value appreciate. See, they were trying to take away the fact that we have, value, great value to our Heavenly Creator. He created us in His own image. And so, yeah, just like we think highly of our children and things that we put every ounce of our loving attention and affection into our life. All right, let me shut this down. Oh yeah, they've been trying to attack us big time. But I noticed those demons they can only, like, they just can't come rolling around. They don't do that. They have to use and they're getting less and less penetrable when it comes to the hedge of protection, because more and more people are starting to wake up. Believe it or not, there's this great reversal that he said. There's this great reversal, this restoration. And when I was working down there, Mr. L, down at the port in Tampa, same thing going through my mind. It was paperclipped for now. Was that restoration? Was that great restorator for our King Restorator, salvaging souls? Salvaging souls. Why do buds suddenly appear every time you are near? Just like me, they long to be close to you. Look, he's got the same color as some of those. I gotta wrap that up pretty soon and put that away. So here's these apples. I got 3 bags of these. These are the hit. I would prefer that they were organic, but these are just delicious. Look, they even got the look almost like an orchard apple. I just really enjoy that look. Rustic. Oh, these are delicious. I never really cared too much for a red apple. I don't know why. They are just ugh. Yeah, I don't know. Nasty. But those, and then this is what Kai gave me. It was in this bag over at the ride the last day. Right here. It was in this paper. I should have known. Should have known. She's going to bring this in paper. And it's, I'm not going to go into detail as to something that might seem small, but it was over a paper and plastic thing, and our creator's like, just let it go, because I'm more for paper too. But anyway, she had this the same way I had that little Bible that was left for me by that rock right there at the red gate, because there's all different gates. And I would shuttle in. I would park at the silver parking lot and then take the shuttle and then get off at the red gate, because there's all the different color gates for all the employees that park at the employee parking lot, which is the silver one like I was explaining last time. This was wrapped up in... This was also wrapped up in there. These Japanese flowering. I might try to sprout some of these. I'm gonna sprout them somewhere else. I'm almost certain it's all the Wi-Fi, because there's so much of it. You have to have, like I said, you have to be. So each one of these units that have someone in them is, you can't get a phone call out here. You can't. Not so much for all your satellites and stuff. You need a cloud in the sky you just can't get without a booster cable at all, period. You're not gonna. So I think it's the concentrated Wi-Fi honeybee is why those seeds didn't sprout. Because I get those seeds to sprout within just a day or two. Easy. No problem. I've never had an issue with them. And those seeds, I germinated them. I crossbred those. I made my own strain of stuff. But anyway, she gave me these right here. Right here. Name's Kai. And I just caught these are pretty much like her name would be spelled. Also, and then she gave me this book. Was in there. This right here. Yeah, I've been doing. He's like, well, we require you to wear gloves here. He goes, do you have gloves? I go, well, my hands are my gloves. He goes, well, here we use ropes and all kinds of stuff. Man, he had that lift. Now, see, I've worked with lifts before. It was just Synergy when we were doing the framing. Was running the lifts. Matter of fact, I was going to put up some of that siding. I can run those lifts front and back with my eyes closed. But this guy, the Tony, next to be called Tony, Anthony. And then there's Andrew, my nephew. Thank you for your prayers. It was just his birthday. He got this thing. He needed to get the lift on the yard up a certain part of the tree before he fell it. And he got it. He needed to get it level. The ground was at a slope. And in order to do that, he had to put some wood and drive the lift up onto there was a 2x8 and a 2x6 and some. Anyway, that's crazy. The whole thing was rocking. He's got the lift going, extending out, telescopic. It's going out, it's going up, and it's all the center of gravity. It's not center denseness, I should say, because there is a downward vector. I just know there's no gravity. It's all bullshit. But because we're all magnetism, we're not talking ferrous, non-ferrous. I heard that a long time ago, and now I see there's a downward, there's an accelerative force, but it's not gravity. But he started to the center of that mass started to, and I was like, oh my gosh, this guy has got some serious, more cojones than I do up there. But boy, that thing, I didn't know a lift could do all that. Go all that. Damn. We got her done. And got all that stuff picked up so that he could go camping this weekend. And then once that chipper truck was full, he went to go pull out and it was on an angle. And the yoke broke, the transmission. Which that transmission was new. I didn't drop an ease. I heard him over, people, they talk, and when you're part of the work crew that day, then they expect you to listen to what's going on. And it was the right transmission, but it was the wrong yoke. So hopefully he'll get the transmission shop to rectify it. It's fixed already, as a matter of fact, because he wanted me to come in today when I was already at the ocean, and then he changed his mind, which was nice of him, because he knew that was a 2-hour drive out, 2-hour drive back. That's 4 hours. There's only 2 hours of work. He finally sent me a message, which was nice of him to do, so he could go camping this weekend. So see, that's nice, and it all worked out great. And now I'm making good bread, and I know this work, and it just came to the Lord. It was just amazing. And when I needed it, now for once, I haven't had to go in and rob my bank. For once. They're like, oh shit. You might as well just quit wearing the mask, Mr. Steen. Donnie, just come on in. We got the money in the bag. Just take it. Hey, did you bring me my latte? I want a double frap. Because that's about what was going on. Seriously. I don't have this kind of money. I don't know that kind of, this $1,200 a month for rent here. And now and praise the good Lord, thank you, Father. I'm not complaining. Oh, it's a beautiful thing.
give him all the, oh, when I'm weak, he is strong. See, and that's just an opportunity. See, because other people are watching. So they're watching to see, wonder how this motherfucker's going to act now. He's down. Some are like, They just want to see you just kick the shit while you're down. Some people just want to see, I wonder how he's going to act now. You know? And if you're doing it like you're like Job, hey, you know, something is going to, you know, and if nothing else, I know I'm going to benefit from this no matter what, because my Father's word never returns void. Never has, because we're a product of it. We are his word. In man incarnate, manifesting itself, plumb truth. That's what we are. The word became flesh and dwelt among us, and he said, greater things than these you shall do, and you will be doing. That's it. You can like, believe, understand, or you can fear it or accept it, or hey, I'm easy like Sunday morning. And I knew when he said, oh, Lionel, oh, Mr. L, I was going to order that. I truly was. I had good overtime. Well, after 21 days, got that out of delinquency, and I was going to order that. It was $900 for that. Preparewithlionel.com. Matter, help me. Not my helpmate. No. When there's nothing sexually, and for me, there's nothing invested, and then there's the hang-ups are all gone. Get a rope! What fucking rope? What rope? We done cut that rope's cut to pieces. Just shredded that shit right up. Put it right through the chipper vac. Right through the old chipper. He said, can you run in a chipper? I said, more than a woodchuck, a chuggaroo. I'll run that old chipper. I'll be a chipperoo. We'll just be chipping. We'll tap, happy, chappy. I do need to get some chaps. So I do need to get some chaps so I can... all them cut down. He can go now. He's like, man, I can't go. He didn't expect him to have it done this quick, but they did. They got it done pretty fast. Which by rights they should have. It was just a little. The yoke was just off, just a little bit. Bang! It sounded like somebody hit the front of that truck. That's what it sounded like. It's just right up in Edgewood here. Oh God! Right off the beaten path, people. I've taken you down that path before. But she gave me this book. I don't know. I always smell books. I don't know why. I just always have. Can't read them. Hoping they got pictures. But I sure like the way they smell. There's that. Oh, and then this. She gave me this too. This was the... oh, and then this. Oh, here, let me show you this first. This right in the rain. Right in the rain. All Weather Universal. Number 273. I didn't even notice that till just now. This right here. She had this in there. Right here. I just now noticed that. I seen the Ride in the Rain. I was like, I try not to question too much. I wonder why she gave me that. Because I knew when I seen her the last time that who she was truly... I knew who she was representing, but the might and just the fullness. Our Creator let me see all the way in those eyes. And it was all light. These three parts of light. In either side of her eyes. Tacoma. She said Tacoma, Washington. Established 1916. Huh. I'll be damned. Well, that 9 and that 6 right there looks right like a high C sign to me, and that those 2 1s are where 2 or more gather. That's just what I heard. You just take that 6 and you go like that. You see? That's all you do. You take that 6 and you go like this. That's what that is. And then there's always 2 on the either side. There's 1 on the either side, always supporting, upholding. Justice. Justice, that. And now I'm seeing my name and everything. That song, My Name Be Found, now I'm seeing it everywhere. I swear, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's gotten to the point where it doesn't even freak me out anymore. That was a while ago that stopped happening, but Tacoma, Washington, USA, established 1916, right in the rain, defying Mother Nature. And then this right here, defying Mother Nature, it says. I've seen these before. I've never owned one. I do now. It said made in the USA. Patent pending. She also gave me, this little thing was around it, this dandelion. I thought it said something else, actually. I thought it said something else. Because I've already eaten some of it. Ate it for lunch. The other day I made it. Put on some peanut butter. Same peanut butter we fed that little squirrel. No, baby girl. No. You see, I programmed her. Just like we program our own children. I program my dogs, my beloved children. I didn't even realize it. Brainwashed him. You could see it. And it was apparent when the Lord, He had made it so very clear one morning. It just tore me up. Tore me up. But did it stop me, cause me to stop what I was doing? Well, no, not exactly entirely. I just justified it and tried to put my own little twist on the shit, pardon my French, to make myself feel better. But I know now that was just a big lie altogether too, also, because to thyself be true, plumb true. That's why when you confess and it's all gone, the enemy, he can't. There's nothing. There's so much power in the redemptive, cleansing, admission of sin, and then it's over for it in your life. Once you get a taste of it, once you taste and see that it's good, it's so sweet. He said it's better for you not to know me than to know me and to continue to live the way you're living, because we've tasted and we've seen. We've been testimony, revelation. We've been that open book for others, or a stumbling block, an ensnarement, this thread, this small little rudder, like you said, Dan, this small rudder controls a big ship. This little spark ignites the whole forest ablaze. I told him, I said, it'll give me a chance to do a little hunting. Goodwill. Yeah, but we're not We're gonna be running up in the forest. We ain't gonna be making no bubba gum shrimp. That's for sure. Oh, and I like shrimp. I just know they're filter feeders, so I don't eat them anymore. Oh, my mouth waters going by them. Not so much anymore. The crab and all that. Smoked oysters. Oh, don't get me started. Why do they taste like shit? Well, that's because that's what they are, son. They're my part of my filter system. They're my sanitation department, son. You don't read. Oh, I see. You don't have a relationship, so you're not discerning what you have no confirmation, no discernment, no any kind of you really don't care about this at all, do you? I mean, you say you do, but you might, Rabbit, you might. But it said made in a home kitchen that has not been subject to a standard inspection criteria. Ingredients: dandelion, water, local honey, raw sugar, natural fruit pectin, lemon juice, contains sulfates. I was planting them trees, you could smell that sulfur coming up out of the earth. Mount St. Helens, I'd plant all up alongside there. Fall City, Washington. Fall City. McCormick Jam Company. Hey, talk about spreading on the Ritz. Oh, everybody loves McDonald's. Shit for brains. McCormick. Not you. Not you. Everybody knows I'm talking about Johnny Boy. Here's Johnny. Well, all work and no play makes Donnie a dull boy. Right? That whole thing is just... We don't even want to waste any... We don't even give it any life. Why breathe any life in this shit? It's just fear anyway. Because when we speak light into things. Life and love. And that law comes and it has to lop them off. Old Cindy, lopper, the old true colors, and it's time to, you'll see it. Oh, you're going to see. We're going to cut it right off. Oh, crap. Look at me. Look. Look at me. Would ya? Damn it, Margaret. Would you look at that? I went ahead and got this son of a gun. Now I can go ahead and I can try to pull a fast one, but you know me better than that. Do you see what you guys do to me? I went ahead and let it get cold. Now I'm gonna... Oh, it's subtle. It's so subtle it could be so. But the truth. Oh, the truth that makes us free. Free from death. Where's your sting? Oh, Willie boy, give yourself a wacky. Smoking that tobacco. And I was like, okay, I don't like him near them children. I don't want his hands near my children at all. Oh, Terry was pissed, but she's just, there was nothing there. There was nothing there from the beginning. Years ago, 25 years ago. Well, 2 loaves and 5. Somebody get that one too. Oh, God, please stop. Please just make it stop. Oh, it's so much fun to be alive and living. Oh. All right, you win. All right, guys. I'm going to go heat this up. I'll be right back. You be right back? He used to say, you be right back? Oh, and I could just see it in his eyes. She'd left him. She'd left him. Ugh. Our children. So when I'd just leave to go to anywhere, store, you'd be right back. And that might just seem like to somebody that was hearing it, that didn't really feel what he was saying. That's how I know. It hurts so bad. I'll be right back. I've heard that before. I've heard that myself at the Hominy place. I've heard that before. The abandonment is one thing, but the psychosis that ensues after the ball had already been dropped in one area, they just keep kicking that motherfucker around. And it just kept going and going and going. You want to talk about a rabbit trying to pull the batteries out of that son of a bitch. That was a little drummer boy that just wanted to smash that. I'm gonna go heat this up. I'll be right back. What are you doing? What are you doing out there? Circling the wagon or what? That bird keeps, that's because I ain't feeding it. It's feeding itself, but I'm making sure it's not crapping on my porch. I'm not gonna, what do they call it, habituating it, feeding it on my, no birds still, no tweeties, no finches, no robins, none of the Mandela robins, none of the Mary Robinette. Oh, what a blessing. So many intersections, so many avenues, but one path. Just one path. Very simple. Very simple. This man, he said, human to man. They always push the woman out, push the woman out. Oh, there's an order of things, but the woman always gets the, or they're way, it's either one or the other. And in this case, you want to be right there. In some cases, right there is, where you don't want to be. Rather you be hot than cold. See, so it just depends. He'd rather you be cold because, we know what we're getting from cold to hot. We know what we're getting there. The lukewarm is hypocrisy. That's your religion. But as far as the morals, people's morals are so fucking shot that they're just, it's really there's no self-worth. Nobody, And then the desensitizing comes in. The devil just loves it. And it's a freak. It's a freak. It can't screw its own, because it ain't got a body, so it's got to use not yours, but these, and it just completely just has its way, because it's getting all that stuff and more. But right now can't. But will. So perverts our Heavenly Father's children, even those that are used as illustrations as to that stark contrast, Mr. L. But yeah, no Tweeties, no nothing. No Robins, no nothing. I don't know where they've been. Man, I don't know where them fools have been, but I know where I've been. As long as you know where you've been, fool. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee, and then I'm gonna put this stuff away. I worked hard getting this whole little kit and caboodle all tidied up. I'm actually gonna finish this, put that away. Then I'm going to share a couple more things with you guys, and then I'm going to do a hunt. What time is it? Yeah. See, they get hungry just like everyone else at lunchtime also. But there's some more stuff I want to share with you guys, but I'm going to go to the bathroom, and I'll be right back. There's actually quite a few things. Wish this thing was working, but I don't want to wish in one hand and, crap in the other. Next thing I know, I'll be hosing that stuff off my porch. That's why I'm not feeding them up on there anymore. It was my own fault. But they're so, I'm certain they're escapees from the Northwest Trek. They've been here for the 7 and plus years that I've been here. It's amazing. God is so amazing. Oh, and not only that, here's the other. Oh, it just keeps. That's why I gotta stop. Because you, people, laymen, no offense, or even just it's nothing to do with no big eyes or little U's, just to keep people up to speed. Like I said, I'm gonna need dozens of people to go do certain sections of the book, and the Lord knew right away that what was going to be taking place and how this was going to have to happen. But Dino, he lived over in Three Swamps also with Anthony. Different time frame, but he remembers him, my new boss, the owner. Younger guy. But went to school with Tisha, Tawana's sister. Which, hey, where are you also, Tish? I haven't seen any videos from you either. No more unboxings or anything. Is it because Mr. L talks about, all those, happy times and special moments him and Mrs. L spending together, watching people unbox stuff on YouTube and stuff like that? If that's here's the thing. You can't take everything personal. I wouldn't take anything personal. Don't take anything personal unless it lays upon you physically. Don't do it. And then put one right between their eyes. And you know what I mean, in a godly sense. Or if it affects your family, or So if that's the case, let it go. This too shall pass. It's usually not what you think. That's the thing. You start running into, don't be conformed to this world. Get into that spiritual. But dang it, well, what are we supposed to do? We got a life. We were given a life and this and that. But yeah, but look what happened. See, that's the thing. I used to think the same thing that some may be thinking. Well, this is just some sick, twisted game. No, it's actually not. It's a story, really. It's a story. It's his story. It's his story. Oh, hello. Oh, I love it. We know, Lionel, we know. Oh, we know it. We know. You said you've denied it. You've went at he tells you all about it. He says, I'm done. I'm giving back your name and all this. You don't hear it? Oh, but yet still I'll hum right along to it. I'm not going to be a closet case, but I'm not going to stand out there and go, oh, and by the way, boys and girls, okay, I need 3 more. I got 2. Okay, do you mind riding with anybody? I also do this after noon. Got to make sure the chores are done. So it wasn't like that. I wasn't hiding either because they were right there at break. And you know who was pointing the most? The children, the little children, even the babies. Parents were acting like they weren't paying attention and didn't know, but that wasn't, not only was that not only their confirmation, but it was healing for them and me. Healing for the sick nation, this broken nation. One nation? No. How arrogant. This great nation. That great and terrible day, this great nation. The sound of many waters, that rushing water. He said it's like water. That's what he said. That's what Bruce said. That's what he said. Almighty. That's what he said. Oh, Mr. Lee. Lee and Perrins. Now that's some extra mac sauce right there. Yeah. And then there's, well, you wouldn't know about Mary Pangs. Burnt that damn whole thing down. Seattle. Frank was his name. His name was Frank. No, his name was Sam. Frank, I think of Frank. To get back to that segment, Axel Grease. I think of Frank, but it was Sam. He actually murdered his family. Little punk. Coward, really. Why would you do something like that? Demonic. Well, there's your demonic right there that doesn't exist, Mr. L. We've come a long way since that damn keeping your eggs in one basket. Yep, that old wire basket. Beautiful, beautiful day. It really is. Beautiful, beautiful day. Neighbors are all out. Oh, got me a new, I was going to show you all this stuff. Got me a new comforter, got me new sheets. Oh, there ain't nothing like sliding. And you know who got me to get these sheets, Mr. L? That's right, yours truly. I thought, thread count? Giza? Tried to order because everybody can use it. I'm thinking, hey man, that'd go nice with my jerky. $900, so I just didn't have it. I mean, we could have swung it, but then we'd have been living in the recycling bin here with a bunch of awesome emergency dried food products. But got me a comforter, sheets, these things. I love sliding in between. Clean, nice thread count sheets. I retired my daughter's deal. It's up underneath I'm still sleeping on it, but it's part of because I'm too cheap to buy a bed. Once I get another paycheck, and hopefully my wife soon, I'm going to be getting a new bed. Buy a brand new bed. So brand new. And, but there ain't nothing like fucking sliding into those sheets, man. I felt my heart just jump right there. So, sweetheart, oh God, quit doing this to us. And let's swap some spit and just get to it. Relax. No. Oh, these sheets. So, make sure it's been a couple nights now. I've had these flowers and I didn't even realize it. But these are the ones I was led to pick, and they're just like that frame. And you want to know that frame, that picture, that frame I got, that mirror I got over there. It's the same. Is that backpack that Slee Stack brought in? Oh, it tripped me up a little bit, but it didn't cause me to fall. No, perfect love cast out fear. We don't go that route. We don't roll. We don't roll like that. No, those heavenly hosts, Michael, Gabriel, Nathaniel, File, those are heavenly hosts, and all the other. Those come in. They're drawn. They're led. They're derived. They're part of. When something falls, as those that are just broke by their carnal flesh, kneeling, bowing, confessing. Because we decrease and he'll increase. That's how I get most of everything, is right on my face. Boom, I fall. I fall fleshly. Spiritually, and we rise and are lifted up. He lifts us up then. So we have to know where we come from, fleshly, from the dust. The same dust it has dominion over, but not anymore. Everything's being restored. It's all, things are going to heat up, but like I said, I may be selfish, but I'm trying to wring out a few more generations. I know some of you say, "Well, I've heard you say that before." Yeah, I've heard me say that before too, and a lot of times I just stop trying to reach too far to figure out what it is our Heavenly Father, because it's not like we just go aimlessly on it. It's just there's this systematic, harmonious, symphonic sequence of, it's like my senses are all become one. I'm seeing what I'm hearing, tasting. Everything is one thing. Like when I describe those trees, I see what's at the bottom of them. I see what's at the very base of the trees from the top. I see what's down at the base of those trees. And everything's connected. And there was Willie. There was Terry. And I know I broke her heart. I was all up on meth. Even though I wasn't doing it regularly, it didn't matter. Just a little bit of that. And back then it wasn't this China shit, this Trump dope. It was made in someone's, but it was just all poison. Didn't matter. Any kind of sleep deprivation, especially from a guy that really needs and likes his sleep. Well, just a really bad decision. Not to mention I was under a delusion that was completely just alive from the pits of hell, and I was right there on the brink of it. I was right there at the precipice. I was getting my spelunking gear on, and I was grabbing that old trusty shovel. I was going down for another little dip, little double dipper. I was going to start digging it deeper. The Lord said, "It's better for you not to know me than to know me and to continue to live this way." See, you tasted, you seen it was good. You seen. And then you, not only that, once he got me past myself, then he started showing me who I'm becoming. That's when it really frizzled my little frazzle. Was that it was a cartoon, Mrs. A bus driver, or was it a school teacher or something? So amazing things at this fair. I can go on and on and on and will. When you see it, how he brought me right back to restore all that the locusts have eaten, everything. And there's the evidence right there, and he, Kent, Mr. Hitchings. Oh, I'm so glad they got hitched up, him and Edith. He's from Iowa, ball player, basketball, good-looking kid. Young, him and Edith both. Not much older than us. Said he wanted to be a state patrol. Sat down and said, who's Bob? Who's Bob? Bob who? I said, Bob who? Bob. It's not in any of those. It's just gone. Of course, a horse, as it were, he sat there patiently, he braided patiently. We are the church, you know that, right? Body, the church. Patiently he sat there braiding that mane and tail. Mane and tail, he braided it patiently. I watched it. It's right there. It's all right there. Braided the whole thing. Patiently braided it. Bagging. Please forgive them for they don't know. He says, oh, they know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. They think they can buy a couple little extra little flings with the one they're fixing to stone here pretty soon. See? Oh, yeah. They were all sleeping with her. That's what he wrote in the sand. They were all sleeping with her. They couldn't kill her fast enough. They couldn't shut her down quick enough. Talk about an old prostitute in a coal mine. Poor Mary. Oh, Mary was guilty of her own. But poor Mary. And they just... Oh, she knew. She knew. And he whooped the shit out of all of them. That's what got him killed. What killed him was a broken heart. All the sins of the world, the spirit of truth had to pull back enough. That carnal nature just couldn't take it. That is what people are going to die of. The same thing when they see and the fear and the terror of what's coming upon them. Good thing you're not going to even. Oh, those scales. You want to talk about even. The account, all balanced, all white. And your eyes will be, you'll understand it then. You'll be able to gaze right on it and understand it. Because you're going to be part of that process, of that judgment process of those that fell, so that the punishment that they're about to receive, because nothing's going to be done in the dark. It's all coming out. It's all coming out. It's out. It's in the open. It's shining. It's bright. Little dandelion wine. All the tears are going to be dried up. Little sunflower. I seen this guy he was just singing away yesterday. Just singing away. Little sunflower. Just brainwashed. Same shit they were trying to pump into my head. That light, all that lighting. The same room, my beloved was taken. Oh, they think they're so... There ain't nothing they can do to me. There ain't nothing. See, they're so compartmentalized. They have no fucking clue. What I've been through as just a young child. There's nothing they can't do anything to me. Nothing they can do to me. God is for you. Fuck say they are them. With a royal loser. It's over. Over. That's it. Oh. Don't even give it to remind it knows it's panic struck, and you'll watch it. Pay attention. So you'll see, I'm on the right path. Oh, that, I don't want to take that exit. Oh, I don't want that avenue. Oh, that's the street I don't want to go down. Those are people I don't want to associate with. They're not who I thought they were. Oh my, how? And then you have to start to take some. And if it, however much garlic it takes, you got to eat a little crow sometimes. Just go ahead and cave up. So easy, even a cave person can do it. Just go ahead and get yourself a little walkabout. Get up there with the Aussies and eat a little bit. You'll be fine. It's okay. Anybody that says, hey, remember when you were... Well, that just goes to show you that they haven't had their helping yet. They're not quite full. Once you say, hey, man, I'm done. You win. It's a lot easier after that. It's nothing to do with coercion. Once you become part of that truth, you'll feel it. You'll be like, I know this is right. And this is real. This is measurable. It's repeatable. Day after day, day in, day out. Okay, I'm going to go make some of this, some more juice, and I'll get an evening hunt in, probably. See, the beautiful thing about it is there's a time I wouldn't have let that one slide by. But there was so much more joy in that moment that all of us got to share together. It's amazing. And just know that, oh yeah, your prayers, there's so much going on. It's like a juggling act, the plates, Mr. L. It's when you see, so don't think I'm being selfish or anything like that, because I'm all about you guys. You're our foundation. That's rock. Like a rock. I've always been kind of partial to Chevy. Oh, Chevy's got them beating cars, Ford trucks. But I like the old Power Wagon, the Dodge Power Wagon, the old school hub lock, the 4-wheel drive where you lock them up, the 85 and 6s. Just because I had good experiences in them. And I've seen this particular one, just Darren Wheat, just, oh, the poor thing. And it just ran like it wanted to be abused. It was crazy. Without fail. They ran. Alright. I had a lot of fun over at Ken's, though. Beautiful day. It is kind of a long haul down there to Hoquiam. But Jordan's down there, my son's friend, the one that had, not the one that flaked out on the shop, didn't pay the bill. The gypsies didn't pay the bill, flaked out on him. They locked a good thing the lady knew down his heart. Let him get all his tools. Man, and he had that, the rap lab. It's amazing. The enemy, he hasn't given up. Now he's in school. He's almost completely done with all those hours. He'll have his combination license. Well, he's already got his permit. Yep. Quit smoking the dab. Passed his UA. Yeah. I still got the deal. So proud of him. He's only got a few more hours and he'll be driving truck. You know, you got to put in 100 and something, 138 hours or something. I don't know.
It's quite a few, you know. They don't just. Hey, they might be the weaker vessel, but they're not necessarily the dumber person. They're not gonna just let anybody just drive around heavy machinery, right? All right. Well, I love you guys. I'm gonna go, and I'm not gonna get going quite yet. Oh man, I wondered why I wasn't getting it. Because once I get in the hunting mode, there's nothing I can. I get, like a little child. I just get real excited, and I can't. But I didn't get that excitement this morning. I was up early. I didn't know why. Well, this is why. Because I wasn't going hunting this morning. Going goodwill hunting. I'm spending time with people I love. Is what I'm doing. So, then I'll go bushwhack one, the good Lord willing, here pretty soon. And it's not cold enough, and I don't have that freezer, so I'm not going to be able to. Because usually, if early archery, you can't hang. It's not cold enough. Just naturally, it's not cold enough. But what I usually do, if it's a 4-point or above, I'll usually just, because I do a gutless filled dress anyway, and I quarter it up and I put them all in big bags, and then I surround them with ice for about 18 days. Pardon me. Oh man, stuff is tender. Takes all the gamey flavor out of it. Gamey meaning it just tastes like grass-fed cattle. It's all deer taste exactly like cow. To me, I can't even barely tell the difference. If it's cured right, I can't really tell the difference. It tastes like grass-fed cow. That's what it tastes like. None of that damn sugar-induced fucking sugar baby. Daddy, come on home to this nasty-ass fucking steak. And even once you get to cutting in it, even that one I made, I showed you a picture of, I was all ready for that. Got to cutting in. It's nasty. It's just garbage. It's just garbage. If it ain't from a butcher shop, like someplace you can really trust, I just don't trust it. Anyway, and it shows. It's right there, just like observable, repeatable. It's right there, and so maybe once in a while you get a bad one. Hey, we can give it that, but when it's repeatable, then there's something's wrong with that deal there. What's up? What's the deal with that deal? I don't want that deal no more. It's a bad deal. So, but that's what it tastes like to me, so it will be. So I'm going to probably have to take out the racks. I've done this before over there. I take the racks out. Even when we were separated still, she's like, I was sleeping in the other room. She's bitching, damn it, you need to find your own damn place to live. Can't blame her, You need to find your own. I said I did. This was where I lived. No, damn it, I can't even use my own fridge. You got a damn deer in here. And she's taking pictures. Look at he's got a deer in the fridge. Well, because I had the racks, I had to take everything out, and I put a towel on the racks so I could so that it'll stay cold and it'll air dry, because we want it to cure for a little while, at least a good week if I can. And then those back straps and that tenderloin, oh man, I already got them sizzling. They're already searing. They're already like, if they're good conscience, oh, we got a great conscience. Ours isn't seared. We got it's hot, it's ready. Because I eat every day. I mean, nice little medallion of that, nice slice of that. Why, those are curing. Oh man, this is gonna be good. Then I get the grinder, the little KitchenAid. I got the little attachment. I cut up all the little. Oh, and baby girl, this is when she was. First, she'd be sitting there, oh, daddy. Yeah. And then I cut all that leg meat off and grind that, and I cut all that. So any kind of tendon, I go right at bonds. I trim that shit right up. I don't mess around. Trim it all up so I don't have to pull it off the grate in the grinder. And then I don't cut it with no bacon grease or none of that shit. It cooks fast. It cooks fast. It cooks real fast. I put other stuff in it, garlic and stuff like that. God, I'm making myself hungry. I really am.
And that stuff, I got downwind. I wanted to show you stuff, and they tried to trip me up. I don't dare shut this down. I don't want to do that. To get this little son of a gun up. Hours. I said, Lord said, turn your computer on. And this was an hour itself. Never took this long. Ever took this long. All I've done is just shut it a whole hour. Told me that something, whatever. But here we are, so thank the good Lord. Don't give it any life. Negativity, that's the past, right? But this here, I wanted to show you some stuff. But yeah, your fridge will work just fine. So by the time those are eaten up, this stuff's ready, and then I cut it all off the bone, get it all cut up, make hamburger out of whatever I'm making hamburger out of, and get the jerky, all the brine stuff for the jerky. I get that all soaked and ready to go. Got to get me another smoker, because I gave that big smoker away. And you seen how filthy that smoker was? That almost made me, I was like, God, man. But, you know, he's a grown man. I was just like, and I kept hearing, he's a grown man. He's grown, don't worry. And the Lord, he seen to it. And sure enough, whew, don't let the door hit you in the ass. Yeah, I don't advocate smoking grass, but eating it absolutely for the health. But I didn't hide. And the children, they'd come, they'd sit on my breaks. I had 4 lunch breaks. I had 4 3-hour, because I ran that whole, operated that myself. 4 3-hour lunch breaks, and I think 4 15-minute breaks on that 10 to 12-hour shift some days. 10 hours, no less. 10, and sometimes I was there early, so it was 10 on 12 on my feet, moving around. Here, kitty, come here. Yeah, it's a wild cat. The second I tried getting it to come here, and I see it was kind of emaciated, it ran off. And I was just saying I haven't seen no cats around here. I was just telling her that, and I just popped off, and I got cocky like Peter. And you see, now I'm going to be hiding in that fucking barrel. Nikki's going to be like, her and BJ's trapped most of them, and her daughter, love her, but she was feeding them. She was feeding them too. Her, the neighbor here, Jimmy, and them over here. Tuna and stuff they get from the food bank. They were eating better than me. So they were, you know, all off that one cat right there, and probably a couple, some left in here, because I never came down this part of the park. I never had to. I was like kind of exempt. I was off there. People don't even know that that's part of the park. That's why I was laughing my ass off when that cop, well, I'm not going to go there because it's going to sound like I'm bragging. And in some way, we give all honor, glory, and praise because it's just a beast system. But B just said, what do you want? And he's just like, and I was laughing, dude. I was laughing and, oh, it was hilarious. Oh, man. Boy, when the hunter becomes a hunted, and it's something else. Good people, but once they realize that it's the system, and then they still decide to continue, well, what it is, it's the fear starts to ensue, and we said it's exactly what's going to happen, but that's something you're going to have to deal with. That's what you're going to take to the party. Well, then, and I'm talking about the banquet feast party. Then, like I said, just let it ride. Just let it ride. All right. Not a cloud in the sky. Not one cloud. It's absolutely a gorgeous day, weather-wise. It's always a nice day. It's always a nice day. So many souls. So many miracles. That 21-day event. So many miracles, people. And to finish it right off with Leonard Skinner, simple man. It's beautiful. But right on my break, man, little Hendrix. I chop it down with the back of my hand. It was awesome. And then I went and got me some Indian food. Oh, brain food. Matter of fact, I bought Kai some food also. Because she's into the paper. Healthy. Oh, it was really, really good. I gave someone else that steak, and they loved it, but it ain't our And our forest meandering deer, that's for sure. Oh, that's so good. Oh, it's so good. It tastes just like, and especially after if you cure it for 18 days, doesn't matter what it is. It honestly it tastes like just some of the best steak you've ever had. Oh my gosh, my mouth is just salivating thinking about it. I make so much jerky that when my children started buying me, making sure I had and they knew them all down here at the Walmart down here because they'd go in and my son would be and it's just local people down at this end, and they would just give them my birth date and pop off my social security number, and they'd buy my license for me right there, my combo hunting and fishing license. We'd get the salmon as they coming up the river, but yeah, then I knew that they wanted more jerky. They didn't want me to go out and have fun, although that was part of it. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it was that dang jerky. Caught him on some jerky instead of a corn dog. Extreme Scream. That's what it's called. It's called Extreme Scream. I was thinking about that. God, not even one scone. But Eileen, she threw me one once. And then she called me. We exchanged numbers. She said she was going to bring her son down. And she did. I was on break. I didn't see her. But I always sat on that rock. Yeah, they did. That rock was on an incline. There's a tree. Big tree here. Been there since I was a kid. Child. Boy, the things that they try to brainwash us with. It was on a small, as you would imagine a little tree that the roots have grown up. So there's a little kind of a incline there. Or a decline, I guess. Anyway, a little slope. And the rock that I was sitting on was already uncomfortable because it had a little, kind of like this one, kind of had a little L right here. But I was able to get my little frame on it and kick back just enough to where I'd sit and I'd have my little lunch. I'd be able to see the ride and anybody that wanted to sit down, there's the bench there. And then after a while, that's when those ATM machines came in here. People right here were praying. Matter of fact, she went over and anointed the ride with some oil or something. I wasn't going to stop her. She just, her heart's in the right spot. And then some other people. Anyway, got all these friends that were becoming. And so, also the enemy, but they could only get so close, and I seen it in forms that were like it was hard to explain. It wasn't like a physical. It was like a spiritual. And then I was able to see the physical, but the same thing I'd seen before, where their eyes are just like. Like there's nothing back there. They're black. There's no color. Like, what was his name? His name was Doug. He said his name was Doug. This Slee Stack. I know that's probably, who knows, his name was probably Damien. I don't know, but I tell you what, man. Oh my gosh. I know this was as evil as it. They sent me one that was as and it's not even so much it was just in a young man's frame, a very troubled young man's frame that was probably so physically just dependent on that what's that, fentanyl and whatever they're using with everybody. They want everybody dependent on that stuff. They got little bits of that stuff, I think, in most everything. And to keep us lethargic and subordinate. But he was fucking. But it was his eyes. When I got a glimpse of him, I knew that he was fucking. He was bone stock, a demonic henchman. For absolutely certain. More than certain. I spent so much energy on this, on just battling this fool. And other people also, prayers and but there was nothing there. And I mean nothing there. You know how a gorilla will have like a little dot, beautiful brown, like a walnut, called beautiful brown, and then just a little. But this was all And I've seen these demons before, these physical, these carnal, demonic hosts, but a lot of times their eyes have this like a like a haze kind of. I see this haze, but this was different. This was a really dark brown, blackish brown. But it was, and there was nothing. There was no pupil. There was nothing there. It looked like Ivan. I can't even compare him with Ivan. He's so beautiful. Ivan, he's gonna, oh boy, talk about the stuff they did to our beloved. But yeah, this one here was, and how he was able to get onto that, operate that damn ride. And he knew. I told him, don't touch. I said every time. And finally I told everybody in line. I told them, I'd let them know. I informed them. I didn't tell them anything. I don't like telling anybody. I don't like when people tell me anything. I informed them. I said, anytime it touches this ride, then I'm going to have to go back and check all these locking mechanisms every time, because I can't see. Oh, there's eyes, and we can see, but there's other things that are going on too that they're trying to. There's a battle and so it was quite taxing. Oh, I needed a rest, but I went right to work. He was waiting, Matthew. He was waiting. He's Airbnb in all these places. He's not even renting them out anymore. He's kicking everybody out. He's Airbnb and everything. He's making money hand over. He's buying stuff left and right. He just sent me another link. He's pinning another location to a house he wants me to clean the gutters to. A beautiful home he's going to Airbnb. Him and his mate, his girlfriend's buying him up, and the mother of his child is buying up. They're buying a lot of stuff, and that he's changing, because I've been with him long enough now to where I, and now he's, I know him well enough now. It's not the amount of time, it's what you've done within that amount of time. I've known Willie for years, known Terry for years. She's really let herself go really, really bad, and angry that I didn't want to give her that. I told her that and then trying to get me to eat a guilt shit sandwich. No, I'm not doing that. I'm the wrong. It's been It's been half a decade, or it's been 2.5 decades, right? Is a decade 10 years? The century's 100, yeah. But you're not gonna. And there she was right there, and there's Willie right there. Now she was, and I both of us were buckling the children and grown adults into the big roller coaster, the wooden one. And then Willie, he was Bill. They called him Bill, Buffalo Bill, old Skinner. He was slapping the. There's a bar that go by in each car to secure the bar that comes down. There's only one seat belt that doesn't buckle like this over the two riders. It buckles onto the bar. It clicks. There's a little seat belt that's welded onto this. The weirdest damn thing. I don't really like it at all. I don't care too much for it. I don't care too much for any of them rides, and I would really prefer people to find another form of entertainment. But as Christmas and amusement parks, you just got to be really cautious and know, carelessness happens. And if you're just happen to be in that lineup, make sure you're ready. So you don't have to get ready, because you just might lose your damn head. That's just the way it is. Period. Yeah, there's some dumbass people servicing these rides. And stuff gets old and stuff don't get checked. You seen what happened to that ball joint of mine, right? Snapped right off. What are the chances of that thing snapping off in the drive-thru right there? Well, as I was turning around, right there in that damn manhole. Nothing floats down there. And I had a dream. I had a vision, actually, just a day or two before that, and I thought the cover was off that Yeah, and that my because I knew to heed those indications. And so in my mind, I was already rationalizing. I was already going. I was already confronting her. Yeah. Hey man, what the fuck? What's going on here, man? Who moved this? It was probably it. Be a real, simple little devious little trick. Just pull it. I've seen people do it and sit there and watch, and people driving down the road, blah blam, just bust their. Oh yeah, oh yeah. So it busted right there. The part happened to be right across the street. Come on, you see, and that's just how it just apart, just like that, just like that. One owner, and that truck wasn't driven through the salt water. There ain't no rust under that. But the ball joint just snapped off like that. You could tell it was legit. Nobody was under there sawing it. Now, if I'd been up for a week, 25 years ago, I'd go, damn it, they're trying to fucking kill me. Just throw me right from the train. But that's really not what's happening. I said, Ronnie, now why would they do that? Let's go get some sleep. Get your head out of your ass. But there it happened. Just, stuff, things just, and that's why you got to make sure you have people that, now, if I had somebody and I had enough money, I'd have somebody go around or me, just got down and took all the stuff off and checked everything. I might have been able to see, it's looking a little rusty. I just might want it. It's just easy enough to just ball joint. It's easy enough just to replace it. It's cheap. It's easy. And just do it. You to keep the maintenance up, you don't have stuff like that happen. And that's really what it all is. It ain't even an accident. It's damn carelessness. Push it off, push it off. It's all about money. Money, money, money. So wherever I just got all off into that one. So there that was. Is and will forever be. So where were we at? So we had the Willie. And Terry. And I went to school with her father. But he was quite in a flunky. I think he was like 23 years old when he graduated. I'm serious. Half the people were, well, you're either retarded or half retarded in that one there, Woodside. You think I was making all this up, Tori? And I thought it was Moosehead. Woodside. Yeah, I haven't put nothing in my hair. Just got hair. I haven't put nothing in it. This stuff waxed my hair out. This dead downwind. Because I was going hunting. So I make sure that I don't want to get scent busted. So I put it in my hair. And it just whacks it out instantly. Just fries. I can feel how dry and it's just crying right now. It's crying. My hair is literally weeping. It's gently. Oh, so gently. It's not gently. Weeping. It's not a guitar. It's my hair is weeping. Oh, it's weeping and then not so gently. When I put it on, I heard it. I was going to walk through and show you. Do a little walkthrough. To love you guys. Show you all my little improvements and everything. Got all cleaned up. Just waiting for my wife. Waiting on my wife. Who knows? Who knows where we'll... It's the joys in the journey. But gosh, man. Soon. Because a man can get lonely. A man can get mighty lonely. And he can get mighty old in his age. But yeah. So I just realized this is dandelion. Seriously, I didn't even. I thought it was dandelion or some weird. God. Something weird I couldn't pronounce. And then I wasn't even led to really look at it. I just opened it up, tasted it, and put it on the peanut butter. And was just completely just sobbing, weeping because everything that our Creator was just Just all the blessings. And because I didn't stress out and get anxious and try to do things my way, which really never really worked anyway, everything worked out because I wasn't anxious. And then now I'm really not anxious for nothing. Now I've really got peace and joy. A lot of peace and joy. I had peace and joy before, but now there's the happiness. Here's where the happiness comes. Oh boy. Then I always say, not always happy. Well, guess what? And now, I have to be concerned with shooting somebody, while I'm sleeping, just out of because, thieves don't call you at night and tell you, hey, you're coming. But it's not, I sleep so sound. Now, I always sleep well, too. And that's the craziest part. That's only by the grace of God that I've ever been able, and I've slept in anywhere, south floors, places I can't believe honestly, that's why every time I thank God. I thank God. I thank God for having a place to sleep. I thank God. I don't care where I'm at. I thank Him. I'm always thanking God. I'm thanking Him when I'm constantly in Thanksgiving. You want to talk about You want to talk about a banquet fee? You want to talk about Thanksgiving? You guys are going to be part of Thanksgiving. Real Thanksgiving. Every day, every time we're taking communion. We break bread. Time you sustain from something, that's fasting. If you want to tithe, well, give your time. There's no set nothing. It's a relationship between you and you'll know. And people will know too. And they'll want that relationship. And then they'll ask you, and it's not about religion. That's the shit turned it all off. You see, Satan is trying to pervert it so bad that nobody wants to say, hey, I didn't believe in God, but I just decided one day just to get down and in my closet and pray. And God, all these things start happening. It's crazy. And I wanted to share this with you because you happened to ask, and it said to be prepared in and out of season to give an account of the hope that is found in you. So there's something that you must have seen in me that you were interested in, you wanted to be more familiar with and spend a little time, enough at least to question. And so, but religion, no, it's not religion. They want you to go, that fucking those Christians. Yeah, and that's really what it is too, because those are, that takes all the fun out of life, doesn't it? It's exactly what it was designed to do. Either one way up here, way down here. Just like the women, just like the men, way up here, way down here. You just want to be right there in the middle. Right there. Just plumb true. You got that line? Right down there, you're always going to find its level. Like C always finds its level. How silly to think anything different. Here, we want you to dismiss your senses, okay? We know what you're sensing and what you're seeing, but just dismiss that. We know see? Do you see all this? Do you see? Come, thinking to change times and laws with great lying signs and wonders. If it were possible, even deceiving the elect, making light fall from heaven. Not from fucking space. From heaven. Well, what is that light? The pollen. These aliens and all that. The great deception. That's all it is. God, this stuff is sweet. But all these people, a lot of sin, isn't there? A lot of yeast, isn't there? A lot of yeast. A lot of compartmentalized yeast. You got to you got to get rid of the whole fucking thing. Remember, a long time ago, Millie? Just a little piece of cat shit. Just a little bit. Speaking of cat shit, I got to have her get some damn kitty litter. She's got a little leak, and my son has been going to school. I've been busy. Got to put that. The only thing left to do, he's got the thing, that new motor. And after he's ironed everything out, it was a catalytic, not a catalytic converter. It was the MAP. airflow sensor. Got a new one. Weren't cheap. Purrs like a kitten now. That's what it was because we used the old one, see? But the compression on it's like, it's a crate motor. It's a Japanese motor. It's a good one. So anyway, I said all that to say, kitty litter. He's got oil. And Nikki is going to flippy out. She sees all that, and it's just unnecessary. What you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? Oh, free will fuel. Babe, come and light my fire. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It could have been a hey. It could have been a shaved his legs and he was a she. Said, hey, babe. You know what they played? Speaking of babe. Beth, I hear you come. No. They played Another One Bites the Dust. The day we got rid of the slee stack. The morning I came in with the donuts. The good news. They played. And I got to walk to it. Another one bites the dust. Dun, dun, dun. And I was walking. I was heading over to the Scones to see Eileen. And then I forgot all the... God, there's a list of names. And if I sat and thought about it, because, you know, I am with names, I know voices and I know faces. And they played it on the Noah's Ark, the big old boat. They played it on that. They had a big PA system in that one. Bright and early before it was even on. I heard don't. So now I could have assumed and said, it's a fucking enemy, because they don't play. They're not supposed to play anything that's not off that jingle reel. That reel is all set. Because I'm like, hey man, why don't you just plug your phone? Well, somebody did plug their phone into that, because I asked one of the fools. I said, hey man, and he's like, yeah, I do it once in a while, but right there is the head cheese's deal. And I go, one day, wrap this shit up and go back down south. Do you travel? He goes, yeah, I'm one of them that goes with them. And there's some people here that just work when they come here. Some people that follow them, travel them around. And stay down where all the equipment's based. And like I said, I think it's in Oregon somewhere. Which was crazy, because Nilly lives right by Larch Mountain. She lives in Vancouver, Washington. Of course, you know, nothing to see there. It's all just, you know, just happened. Everything is just, you know, coincidence. You know, Einstein, he's still fucking tripping over his shoe trying to figure this one out. So, so they're playing that. Another One Bites the Dust. And I thought, well, this could be a Gene Slover as we move through Kashmir. They're in Sherman Brisky Boys Ranch in Kashmir. It all started with one bite. Or, there's always, isn't that neat? It's like a now and later. And a little now, and a little later. So I used to eat my apples like that too. I'd take a couple bites, I'd set her down, and come back, and a little later. A little now, a little later. And or they were either mocking me, they wanted me to take me back to Kashmir. I always liked Leavenworth. Every time I went through Leavenworth, because it's like a Bavarian little deal. I like Christmas, snow. It was on the Greyhound line. Leavenworth, Washington. Picture, like a postcard, a picture perfect little postcard, a little town, little Bavarian, little German, little town. Anyway, so, or they were playing Another One Bites the Dust because later on he didn't come to work. Now he'd come and go and he'd leave and sometimes he wouldn't come back from break for a while. But then as, you know, and he was there for a little while, but as the time started, I started to realize some stuff. Because he hadn't, there's certain little sequence of things he would and then wouldn't do. And then I noticed when that fire bell went off, man, every time that fire bell, I didn't link it up at the time. It messes with their heads, these demonic, just like these towers that they're gonna try to mess with people. And I don't know if the injection is gonna enhance it or whatever, but I know they're putting them up to drop the hammer and hit us with some kind of a because we're all like electrolysis, so they're gonna try to frizzle our central nervous system. That's what I get. But that bell, when that bell went off, it messed it all up. It messed it all, and it wasn't just a one day. It wasn't, and so I said, okay, so I started paying attention. And it would only go off once in a while. The bumper cars they had, so it was either the bumper cars or that. Maybe it was the Matterhorn? No, it looked like the Matterhorn. But it was the thing that went up. But it was one of them that had that fire bell that I shared that had all Suntron. Oh, you can't even make this stuff up. There it was. It was right at the top of the deal. Lord said, just send it because that's what I want you to share. This is how we iron sharpens iron. And so that iron's going to strike that bell while it's real hot, the little ring-a-ding-ding. And I watched. So then I watched. I literally watched its eyes, and it was like, it literally was. But it was still trying to kill our children. It didn't matter. It was going through it. Nobody knew what was really happening, and that was intermittently going off. But once in a while, it would go off to the point where it couldn't even function. And it wanted me to do the scanning and shit. And I said, "Are you what did I say to him? Something. I said, "Are you all right or something?" He said, and I said, "Yeah, I bet you're not," or something. Because once I realized that that's something as simple as that tone, is that ding, that tone does something to their hearing, something. I don't know what, but it doesn't matter. I know I don't have to. I don't have to understand. I don't have to like it, but I believe it because I seen it, and I seen it repeat itself, and I measured it. Oh, I measured it. I observed it. And I could sense its trauma, and I liked it. Oh, I liked it. I liked it real good. And then I really knew. Well, I already knew. I knew the day before. But I didn't say anything. Because most people, we're beyond most people believing you. We're even beyond that now. It's not even about, that was years ago. Well, most people won't even believe me. I'm not even going to waste my time. I got more important things to do. They need to figure this shit out for themselves. Well, what's your job then? You're supposed to be passing mail. It's nothing to do with that. There's a course of things that need to take place. These things must come to pass, and when we walk by faith, then that's where the fruits of the Spirit really, and all the gifts and talents get enhanced. Oh no, and by the way, those that bury their gifts and talents, we get them, right? You do know that, right? You didn't read that? You didn't read that? Well, what did he do? He said you should have at least he gave that to the other two. He split it up amongst them. Just as he did all of those that he hired at the beginning, the middle, and then the end of the day. He said, it's my money. That's what he said, it's mine. He said, go buy for yourself some oil. He said, it's my money. Yeah. $1 million. If I had $1 million, it's not money. It's the love of money. Money's just a tool. That's all it is. As a sword, as a gun is just a tool. As a car is a tool. A pencil is it's all just a tool. Or a weapon, or whatever you decide to free-willed it to be. And the joy is in the moment that you realize that, because that's where the freedom lies there within. That truth. That very truth. of who you're becoming, that vessel, that cup, that conduit, that vehicle, that instrument. You don't have to sing. You don't have to be able to sing to make a joyful noise, Joe. We know all about axle grease. We know all about Alex Jones. We know all about Trump. We know all about these people. These are demonic individuals that have been used. I'm not going to get into, who's at a higher, lesser level, because they're all shit under our shoe. It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter. They are beneath us. Never to. Again. I'm going to go make some coffee. I'm actually going to get some. Yeah, well, you don't scare us. See, if you were going to scare us, we're either too stupid to realize it, or we just couldn't read, didn't get the memo. Something happened. The ball got dropped. The damn Curly he dropped it off his middle finger. I don't know. Something happened. Kicked the can down the road, mister. I have no clue. Something. But it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Oh, look. My baby. See, just, oh. Look at my Willie and Michael. My little Willie. You see that? You know what she's doing? She's chumming the waters. What she's doing is she's patrolling for Paw Patrol. See, always ready to confront hyenas. You see? Oh, my little ones. Yes, if you cause one of them to stumble, all in black and white. No, Lisa. And you'll hear globe. You'll hear them. They start pushing these words. You'll start hearing them. Globe. You'll start hearing them. You'll start hearing the planets and just little. I've noticed they'll increase the emphasis on just stuff that I completely took for granted. It just, even when I knew the truth, it's just, I'm just like, well, yeah, people just say, more on the face of the planet, or more on the face of the earth, or more on the entire, it just becomes habit after you've been rotisserated in your brain. It's, you've been basted with this, marinated with this, and you just spew it right out and do it all the time. It just happens. Just like, what does that even mean? But it just seemed fit. I mean, I know what they say it is, but I mean, is that really what's happening when I'm smashing my finger? Is that what it feels like? No. At least I hope not. It's not supposed to. Can I be here? Well, absolutely. Can you dial a phone? Well, hey, it starts somewhere. It's got to start somewhere. But, a day turns into a year, a month. And then sometimes, after a while, then you're like, well, now I just feel guilty. Then the guilt ensues. It can. And that can be just another hindrance. It's just sin. Fear is really just sin. It's all just fucking... Oh, there's Ronnie boy. It's all just fear. And ultimately sin. Because when you let the thought conceive... Oh yeah, thousands and thousands of asses hanging out. Tits, ass, everywhere. And just had to stay focused. Did he actually just say that? No, he didn't, sweetheart. But there's only one bun I want to butter. Now, I thought I knew who that was, but gosh, the joy is in the journey. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Okay, well, he knows best. I'm going to get something to drink. I'm getting dehydrated. I'm supposed to be drinking my water. I get yammering away. I start thinking about y'all. It's been a while since we spent any time together. We're always together in prayer, spiritually. But carnally, it's nice to know how everybody's doing. See, because some of you, you start doubting Thomas a little bit. He's running my cat off there is what he's doing. Comes over him and his little shank-tailed ass, like he's running the show, and he'll beat the shit out of the other cat. Because he's an old tomcat, old Tommy boy, old Thomas. Beautiful green eyes. I remember the day she dropped him right out of her arms and they took off and never looked back into the sunset. That little son bitch still around. Well, he's a stout little sucker. You see him, he's not emaciated. So either someone's feeding him real good and the way he acts, he don't. Oh, he loves to be petted. Oh, he likes to be petted like a dog. The thing is, I think the thing believes it's a dog or something. It loves to be petted. Oh, it's a. I didn't even know that till the other day. I had no idea. That cat was up on the porch. I said, "What the heck is this one?" Oh, that's the one. I said, "That's the one with the bent." That's the one the girl dropped when they moved out. When we first moved in. So that cat has survived all this time and is that healthy. Beautiful coat. So like I said, someone's either feeding it and someone probably isn't. It just fucking, everybody owns it. He's one of the, and he's the badass around, so he's around. And he's not dumb enough to go in one of them cages that she's been baiting for the rest of these. And then that black one I just seen right here, that one was emaciated. All right, I'm gonna go make some coffee and then I'll finish this up, and then I'm gonna have to get ready for. I'm gonna go sit for a few hours. I want to get there's this elk intersection up here. That's just Elk and Dearborn. It's on the corner of Elk and Dearborn. It's just beautiful. It's just glorious. All right, I'll be right back.
Thanks for hanging out. I still have that little pencil from William. Little William gave that to me. Listen, this little stone. And I was up there working with Rick, which, by the way, sent me some pictures of a house he just bought. Another one. He's over in PA, over in that direction. Let me see. Oh, right here. Right here. And he goes, here, this is for you. Little heart. My little buddy. I needed that day too, because that was a rough day. That's when Ron, you remember Ron, right? Oof. What a challenge. Just another opportunity to exercise some patience and understanding and self-control. Man, I want to walk you through here. I cleaned everything up last night so I didn't have to do my morning chores this morning, so I could get up extra early, descent, get dressed, run a video, and then get out the door. But maybe tomorrow, if our Heavenly Father would have it, that's precisely what I'll do. Or tonight, maybe I'll just put one of them good, those new, I got to get batteries for those too. Those headlamps to good use tonight. Because I'd prefer shooting if I was going to harvest a deer or an elk in the morning, then I have daylight to dispatch to get it all, cut up and everything. But at night, evening hunts, you get one, well, you're in the forest, and the forest is pretty, can get pretty dim at night. There's no street lights out there. Oh yeah, it was a miracle, people. Beautiful. It just brought me back full circle. It just opened up, and the man's name was Husan. That was his name that got me the gig. And honestly, the temp people, because there's so many temp services now, you can just, if you don't show up to stuff like this, you won't get hired through that. Well, they'll just go get another job, another temp deal. Well, the fare is a big thing. And it doesn't pay a lot, but what it does do is it offers that overtime. See? But a lot of people, they just won't show up back for their if it's a hard job, they just won't show up. They'll just leave. Or they'll walk around. I've seen people that have been fired just walk around, or people that just don't show back up to their shift because the park's so big. And they're just walking around in the fair because they've already got the ticket. Because the night before, when you go clock out, you got your little time clock, you clock out, you get your entry ticket. All vendors get them. They're good every day between the 2nd and the 25th of October. So, but yeah, there was a few of them I didn't want to go too sideways and get involved with a bunch of people. But there's workers there, they'll just get their ticket, and then some of them they'll rock right through, or probably, climb the fence and sell their tickets because they're not cheap. But you get them. If you work 21 days, well, you get 21 tickets. But they give them, like I said, they don't give them to you all at once. They give them to you because most people won't even, because they don't, no balls, backbone, couth, morals, or anything like that, besides the fact that they can just get a job. They feel they can just get a job when they decide to. Because a lot of them, too, they'll just work because you get paid every day. If you want a cash card, you can get cash every day. And some people, they'll just make their $148.62 or whatever, $172 after tax. Get the money, and then they go do whatever they do, go sideways, and then not come back.
I opted to do my direct deposit so that I could get my delinquent account cleaned up. Because I had already, like I said, you know, I'm like, listen, this time you're going to keep the car running. I'll go in and this is a stick up. I mean, pretty damn close. I had no idea. It's by the grace of the... And Lori, she said, okay, I'm going to... It's like that judge. He went, you know, this might turn to bite me in my heels. He just stopped in mid-swing. And he went, you know... And I just went, huh? But the thing is, I didn't have that. You know, that sinking feeling. You know, when you're hoping on something you're really counting on, and then you get crushed in your heart, you feel it just. You know that feeling, Melly. You know that. You know that. And I'm not trying to insinuate anything. I'm just using an illustration because you know when you go to you know, for the first, your heart just sinks. You're like everything's being. So you know that feeling. Well, and I've had that feeling before when you're getting, you know, sent, even though you somehow you deserve it in some twisted way, and you've culminated and propagated and nurtured this twisted lifestyle enough to manifest it true. So you're now, you know, the product of what you've been told all your life. But that feeling of sinking feeling that your heart gets when you receive news that just you think is going to devastate you, where you're not going to ever, you know, recover from, or but this was a difference between less than a year and 25 months in prison. And miracles had already started taking place. I won the lottery, which I didn't even know existed here in Pierce County. And was shipped off. Just me and another guy. Just takes just one. The whole time. And then just one thing right after another. Everything just... The second that I just said, okay. He said, why don't you try leaving those sandals up underneath your mat? And I caught that. Somebody said that to me. Who was that? Left them up underneath your mat. Who said that? Oh, yeah. It was you. It was you. It was you. There at Eileen's. Every day they were there kneading that dough. Every day. I'd go get coffee. Every day. And he said, yeah, kind of like putting your sandals under your bed, getting on your knees. I said, yeah, like getting on your knees. The best part of waking up is Yeshua, Jesus in your heart. He goes, yeah, kind of like putting your sandals under your mat. That's what he said. That's what he said to me. I paid attention. And I said, 3 creamers, please. Please. Wando Wakes. And they brought me 3 little creamers. Lando Lake. And right on back to Cliffhanger. And there was the ark. To be seen. And right there. And yesterday, these clouds. My little spot. My little cubby I got. Fucking... These clouds. All the clouds were fixed. It's like the air, the sky, and the air had no wind. The clouds weren't moving at all. It was just completely still, except this one little spot where directly above where that spot I'd carved out, this little divot to kind of sink down and ambush these deer and elk. There's a ring of trees. A ring of smoke through the trees, and these clouds, they were the only ones moving. They were moving like this. Now all the other clouds, I was looking, and he says, "Pay attention." I heard, "Pay attention." Just stare at them. Usually, you'll see clouds milled together and stuff. But they were all around. They were still, except right here, and it was blue, and they were just. And so I was interested in what I might see in there, but I didn't see anything other than they were. I just seen that yesterday. Seen that before, but more of the clouds. This was like right in a certain little spot. But yeah, it's the first job I worked on. Husan said, "Hey man, you want to work the fair?" I said, "The fair." I said, "How much does it pay?" He goes, "This way." I said, "No, I can't." I says, "No offense or nothing." I said, that wouldn't even make sense. Comedy, central sense. That's a laughing stock. And I'm not trying to be, but yeah, no, that wouldn't even make sense at all. He said, "But would it if?" And he showed me with this overtime, and I said, "Ooh, actually, that's exactly what I would be needing." But then I started to see exactly who I was also speaking with, at least in part. And they were out to get him. Old Mexican. They were out to get him, boy. And guess where he met his wife when he seen all my stuff? He goes, "I met my wife in Arkansas." I said, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah, and then we moved here." And started telling me a few little things about the company, and I was like, he's been treated, it seemed pretty unfairly. He's doing a lot of hard work. He sure, he made a good impression on me, and that impression is that a seal. An impression. I was impressed. To steal, a seal, a stamp of approval, like a king's insignia, his ring. You just, and the wax or the clay. Back then it would probably be the clay. The old clay. Kind of like the Harbinger type little shit. They got them. You get them now and again. You see them floating around. Little seals, the little impressions. Some of them ancient, the Asian ones, some of those ink stampers, some of those can be, or the wax, they can be worth a few bucks too. It's just that there's so much to know about there's so much, the Asian antiquities. That's why, like I said, even Lee and Leslie Kino, they have a hard time keeping up with furniture, and so staying in that genre of that wheelhouse of expertise is a challenge in itself, and let alone trying to, but it's so much fun to learn. I was fascinated when I first seen the technique of that lacquer, how the Chinese would lacquer that red lacquer and then carve it all out. Amazing detail. And net skis. I used to collect those net skis. Now those are made of wood and ivory and stuff. I had some pretty nice signed ones. But like I said, there's so much to know about them. I was fascinated with the fact that it was the artwork, just all the talent and the attention to detail. I was just absolutely just appreciated the love and time that it took to produce that kind of piece. Just the intimacy that and out of just raw earth, old Mother Earth. But the only mother we got, and we don't pray to anything on it, below, above, nothing. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. That's about it. That's why it says when you eat with other people, if they serve you stuff, so you don't offend them, unless it's something that you're completely like, if you're just absolutely dead set against pork, that's between you and God. But if they don't offer it up to another God, well, don't offend them. Eat the stuff. Eat it. You're going to do more for them then than it's going to do harm to your body. You'll get over it. Get over it. Quit being a nitpicker. Eat the stuff. Don't hurt their feeling. Now, if they're doing it to be malicious and shit, and you get that spiritual deal, or they're offering it up to this or that, or, like my family had me cooking damn pork. It's because I cook it. I cook. Over an open fire, I'll cook that stuff. It's hard to do when you got bacon-wrapped pineapple. That shit flares up everywhere. They don't do it to mess with me. They do it because that's what they like to eat. And usually they'll cook it in the oven. But it tastes better over the fire. And I don't eat it. Used to. My mouth's salivating things, but I just don't anymore. But I'll cook it. Well, my point is, I guess, you don't do it to mess with me, although people will. Just to mess with you. Just to get you, you don't eat pork. You can't stand the smell of it. So we cooked pork one time. I'm not talking about pork like what we used to raise when I was a child. When old Fred, mirrored image of, he still lives with him. He's, all his, he's be looking right at it. Different. We cooked some stuff here and that shit. It smelled literally like shit. The whole house, it stunk. It was so bad that I knew it smelled bad, but it'd been a while since I'd smelled. And the last time I cooked it was, for Thanksgiving. I think it was. Yeah, I think it was Thanksgiving we had it. Remember, I think I showed you guys on the little barbecue outside here, and so I didn't smell it. Or maybe it was a bad, but it looked like tripe. It was disgusting. Like shit. That's what it smelled like. It's because that's what they eat. They'll eat anything. Those things will eat you. They'll eat you, themselves, or they'll eat whatever. They're pigs. They'll eat whatever, and so whatever they eat, that's what you're eating. That's exactly what you're eating. Let's see, what else was it? There was something else about the... Okay, so it was the first... Okay, so I got the job there. I started doing the mother was like, oh, that'll bring my account out of delinquency. Oh, beautiful. Thank you, Father. And it was all right there. Kitty corner from Taco Bell. So I was like, well, I could go to literally right kitty corner from where I broke my ball joint at Tawana's deal. Which she poaches workers from other fast food and just different places. Which she got some girl that used to work down at the store to work there. And Lauren, I think her name is. I don't know if she's still there. Nice girl, but my point is that I'm thinking, man, you might as well just set up a booth, because it's hard for her sometimes to find good workers. And I thought, well, you might find one. I don't really want to work there. I'll be working out in the parking lot picking up stuff just to get my thing out of delinquency. Who would ever think Taco Bell me? Oh God, I can't even. That just. She don't even eat it anymore. She won't. She orders food. She won't eat it anymore. And if I'm gonna have Taco Bell, like I said, once in a it'll have to be either just rice and beans. That's it, on a tortilla. That's it. And even them, I don't trust it. If that devil can find a way to get it in that food and you not taste it, so you aren't, then it'll do it. And it's had a lot of time and practice and a lot of resources to assist it along, so don't think that it can't do that. I mean, how can just a simple McDonald's cheeseburger taste so dang good? Like I said, I know I use that a lot, that illustration, but I mean, goodness. It's because there's fructose syrup in that bun. It's all up in it, and then the meat. We don't even want to go there. Oh, it's ham. It's 100% beef, all right. But let's say if the beef is somehow real sadistically Absolutely unimaginably. Yeah. So I just don't. But it's good. It's good. My favorite was the Big Mac. I like that Big Mac. My favorite was the hard tacos at Taco Bell. I used to tear those up when I first met Tawana. 20 some years ago, she was. Tear those. It's all poison, people. Poison shit. It's a miracle that I'm even. That's why I was riddled with all that cancer. And then that corn syrup, it just feeds the cancer. It just feeds that cancer, people. It feeds that stuff like you wouldn't believe. And I eat healthy also because I like fish. I love smoked salmon. I grew up fishing and hunting, so I did eat also healthy stuff. And I certain fruits and stuff. I love nectarines. My favorite. I love nectarines way more than peaches. Way more. So I did, but I was, it didn't do any good because I was just completely just killing myself. Not to mention, and that's all was all by design. They couldn't kill us fast enough, or us kill ourselves. The same thing, As a person thinketh, so they are. Well, let's see. There's got to be something else. What else about the? There's so much. There is so every single day. Now, just like I said, if there would have been any video, it would have been that one Trump. If there would have been any video just to show you, because then people that had their, especially today, you'd have been like, oh my God, that guy didn't know this is a little, and you would have seen his innocence, and you would have seen that's a demon. It's all rolling backwards for Trump, doing little circus tricks for Trump. And you would have been felt real bad, and it would have probably scared the shit out of you, and then it would have angered you, and you would have went through all kinds of different things. But number two, if I would have ever thought to make it a point to write anything down, like I said before, right? Because I'm so descriptive on stuff, right? Because I'm gonna remember, because this stuff is, it's good for your memory. Just line right up and just by tomorrow you'll forget your last name. Just starts with one puff, and then 3 Tupperware bowls of cereal later. I would write down every single thing that happened at that fair that day, even though I was so busy, and all the children and all the people, our beloved souls, that day. And today even more so. It's just absolutely just like yeast. It's just like yeast, but it's not sin. See, that's the beautiful thing. Oh, this is the bread of life. This has leaven. In a good way. Oh, it's beautiful. It's just absolutely just... It's amazing. Gonna need a bigger bowl. We're gonna need a bigger... it's amazing, people. It's just so amazing. Oh, ding dong. Yeah, you might want to sit down for that one, Todd. Now, I was going to say that before when I looked into that poor young lady's eyes. And it's not even that, it's poor her so much anymore as the people that are around her know her, because obviously we know you, and so you're around her, and so she's fucked as long as you're next to her. So if there's other people that happen to know her, that are around her, that can help you, at least get you, because he comes to bring division. Now, why would love do that? You see, his word. Why? That's what it's a double-edged sword. Why would it do that? Mothers will turn against all these. Everybody will turn right against your own. Why would that be? The second that you start doing the right thing. That's how you'll know you're doing the right thing. When all these, you're like, what the? And these people are supposed to be my family? That's what he meant. For me, anyway, and it's alive and living, his word, Dan. Who is my mother? Who is my brother? It's those that do the will. There's a lot of people. I used to get hung up on, man, I'm your brother. Come on, man. Well, I'm your mother. You can trust me. Now, I know Yeshua didn't have any issue with his mother or his brother. We're almost certain of that. Absolutely. I am. He was using it as an illustration for this very moment, so that when you get hung up and you start seeing people that you wouldn't, and I'm not saying you may not see, because they might be all on the same page, especially now after this conversation, which is a beautiful thing. Give him all the, and counting. But when that does happen, just understand that the time is short for it, and that is its response to your decision. See, it wants to keep you funkified and dirty and greasy and grimy. See, cleanliness is next to godliness, and we're not talking about being a little messy, a little haphazard or sloppy. We're talking about filth, just funk. Funky ass monkey filth. Filth. They're like, damn it, he shut his window. Well, he opened some doors. You shut a few windows, you open a few doors. Next thing you know, I got to get me a salt gun and kill these flies. I don't know why. I guess she'll die. And she did. Well, she swallowed that fly. It wasn't Spanish either. No, it was a British fly. Hey man, you got any British fly? Hey man, I got the best British fly there is. Now this is some royal shit right here. This'll take you to the moon, man. This shit'll take you right to the fucking moon. Elon says, well, that's a really, really, really good question. God, the people. Just keep talking. Just let them just keep. See, what you do is you just keep walking. Just let them just keep talking. They just keep talking. They talk. That's all. They just talk. None of it manifests itself. None of it. It's all the same bullshit. Just a different smell. Just a different smell. It's a new day, but it's always a different fucking smell. But it's just shit, nevertheless. It's all just shit dipped in, licked, and dipped in extra mac shot sauce. No. That's the new gold standard. Can you imagine? It's arrogant to have a gold toilet. And then tell her, I got a gold toilet, and you're eating out of the shitter. That's what they were doing. NASA said, what did you have before we mocked you taxpayers a little more? Well, I had the bisque. Did I mention the bisque? No. It's funny. Whatever, Copernicus. And he just did a little tail. Nobody taught me that. It all just came together. It all just, That's why they said when I went in, I was so sick first day working for Anthony. He goes, call me Tony. He goes, well, he's up a tree. Went and got some soup. I said, no soup because of the... It took... those food hours. So just I need rest. Rest. I had no rules to also.
on one of the all you guys. A nice big bucks. I just know this because you don't see that big one. You tell goodbye. It doesn't look like I want to make that. You know, the audio description still good. God, hours. Like, look, we can understand testing.